Let others care for you before.
Mic check, mic check, mic check. Let me see. How much of a delay is that? Oh, that's good. How's that audio? Oh, I see. Beautiful with the sleeping. I know it's your bedtime. How's that audio? All right, good. I want some background at the same time. Right? I still hear Photon and Star in the background, trying to clean up that mess from the night. There you go. Man. I think I felt like just compelled to go live because just seeing like the if you think about the truth as being the floor, it's like it gets to the point where you just can't see the floor no more. They're flying up and away so far away from anything that's normal that somebody boring got to go live sometime. Because man, you could really lose contact with with what's real. Listening to Photon and Star, and even right now, Photon trying to distance himself from what he just did. Like robbing the bank. And he said, I'm not the kind to be robbing banks. You just robbed the bank though. There's the idea that she would really be using women's trauma as your content, like just to have a ring for them to go at each other. That shit is just despicable to me. I mean, the fact that they're willing to do it is one thing, but hosting it is another. It's another thing to host it and to get excited by it and try to keep it going, and then to not try to mend the shit or try to be the voice of reason or anything, but just try to encourage more of it. Get a more diverse group of people to bring their traumas to and to add to it. It's something despicable about that shit. Because we can hear how it's pathological with some of the, how you gonna really blame somebody that was a victim of something, for what happened? That's crazy to begin with. But then as a rational adult to allow it to, like getting the special ed kids in the middle of the yard and letting them fight each other, There's something perverted about that. It connects back to like when I first got in the sector. One of the things I was interested in was the dynamic between how people were talking about women on the panel versus the women that were like, fans of those channels. Like, what did they think about that? Because it was something unique to online space. It's not like you would ever have that in real life. I mean, offline life, I should say. All of it's real life. We know that. We just had that Vegas shooting proved that it's all, real life. But anything that has Facebook in it, Facebook is not online. Facebook is like offline. The way the algorithm works is it puts everybody just in the same locality, in the same place, connected with your relatives and everything. So it's a different thing. But there's got to be like some connection to reality, because the people that's holding the microphones are not necessarily connected to reality. And I like them to do what they do. Like I enjoy a lot of Photon's show, but when it comes to serious stuff, it's got to be a rebuttal. You can't just be people, saying stuff based on their alliances, It's got to be something more to it than that. So I was going through my, I'm actually playing with StreamYard today. I've been working on my OBS stuff for a while. And right when I wanted to use it, it's going to require me to reboot. So I just updated a bunch of plugins. I'm like, I'm not going to do it. I'll just go ahead and try out the new StreamYard, see what changed since last time I used it. And it's actually got some more features closer to what EV Mux has. Stable. Except if you happen to accidentally leave the studio, when you come back, everything you shared, all your videos you upload, all of that's gone. So you gotta upload, re-upload, and reconnect your stuff. This background right here, this is a slideshow from Google. I found that to be the best way to have all your stuff up. So if you lose it, you can just share that one slideshow and have all your images back without having to upload them one by one. And why is that picture in there? What is that? Why is that there? Oh, that's my a calorie is not a calorie picture. That steak and that pile of sugar have the same caloric value. But, a calorie is not a calorie. That's a lie. I think I like this one the best. The big logs. These are from a long time ago. I made these pictures a long time ago. I just found them in my directory here. What is that? And so I think the main topic is I don't know how you actually get into it. The main thing I think is just the karma part of it, which I've been talking about from the chat to Stargate. Like, it's your time right now. Like, it's amazing that Star avoided like the big docs and the big dig into her life all of this time. But you start to see some signs that it was coming, and all she had to do really was you just need to fall back. Don't tease anybody right now, because what's going to happen is they're going to dig up your whole life, and then you're going to be on the panel crying. And what happened tonight? She's on the panel crying. And it's like, well, if you want your trauma to be center stage every single show, you just keep on doing what you're doing. Keep on putting that picture of T. Pre up there, And I halfway still, like, I feel like the people like Photon facilitate the conflict and then pretend to be innocent. Like, it wasn't me, it was them. But no, actually, it's kind of you. It's kind of you. All these years I've been, in the sector, I stayed away from the details of like Star's her whole life. I would always tell her to shut up, like, just stop talking, because everything you say is going to come out against you. And even though you are cruel and vicious to everybody else, she can't take it like everybody else can take it. T. Pre is Teflon, right? And even though the stuff still affects T. Pre, it's not the same level as Star. Star is not that tough, actually. And I think that you're begging these people to come after you, and I think she might be the most vulnerable, actually, because everyone else has already been through their trials and tribulations. But Star has never actually been through it. And so now the news about her child being 35 years old, if that's true, and her being that young, which highlights her as a victim, unless of course the kid was the same age, the father was the same age. We had that in my school. 13-year-old father, 13-year-old mother. But that's going to be the weapon that's going to come out every time you say something now. And that's horrible, to have your trauma. And I know it's a trauma because she cried tonight. And if it was like she said, just some guy tried to do something when she was 11, I don't think it would have hit the same way. I think that that's true what they're saying. And now you got to deal with that. And the way to undo it is just stop using, I see she's not using it now, stop using that picture of T. Pre from Ray Triggs' show. If the women don't show each other some respect, what's going to happen in the sector? That's what's been happening in the sector, in my opinion, is that the women are out of control with their attitudes toward each other. The fights between the women go so low that it's lower than anything that happens between the men. And the main stages are people like Photon, who really doesn't have a moral compass, even though at the end of the show, he says a bunch of stuff to try to make it seem like he does. He really doesn't. He's just running game at the end. And everything he's saying contradicts what he just did for 10 hours. How can I, where's that? Where's the volume at? But I'm happy to get my, I'm on another system now. I'm back to my old Windows system with my Voicemeeter Potato. I still miss Evie Mux, so I don't have all my stuff on my music. I want to go vertical. That vertical thing died. Let's just real quick. I don't see anybody going vertical anymore. It was really quick. So I did get a slideshow of my comments. I want to talk about without making it all about Stargate. I think the algorithm is out to get me too, because I went over to Carrie's. I heard Carrie was live. As soon as I clicked the button where Carrie was live, I heard JJ. Like, what I do now? I ain't got nothing to do with this. Yeah, that was it. I think we're learning something new about what that we couldn't have learned offline. Yeah, that was the thing, is that there was a moment where it became really clear, like the circle, how everything was so circular, and how each person that was talking out of their own trauma. Because the person that had a certain trauma would then use that exact same thing to accuse somebody else of it. I think that there's no place else in the world where we would know all these people's trauma. So we couldn't observe this anywhere else but right here. And so a person with some issue with their child is talking about somebody's child. A person that has an issue with their education is talking about somebody's education. And so I wonder, is that some universal thing, or is that just online? It seems to be only when the person is really just intent on trying to hurt somebody else that they reach for whatever they think is the most hurtful. And what they think is the most hurtful must be their own traumas, must be the thing that they experience themselves. And we saw we saw hours of them doing exactly that. You didn't see anybody without a trauma get on the stage. It's like people came in when they heard their trauma called and came and did their thing. And it got to a point where it got, I don't know, there was a moment where it got to be too real. It got to be too mean. Like, what's the goal? And where is the order? Like, where is you see, there has to be some kind of order. There used to be some kind of order. This is back before people start saying, what was that saying? You can't tell people how to, what was that shit? I always disagree with it. You can't tell people how to respond or how to fight. I'm like, yes, you can. That's what order in society is telling people how to respond. Our whole court system is about telling people how to respond. If you don't tell people how to respond, you get chaos. There got to be some kind of standard. It doesn't have to be written down, but it definitely has to be some kind of, there was a time when the kid talk was strictly off limits. But it seems like the kid talk is normal now. I remember when the dead relatives thing was off limits. And suddenly everything became like okay, because the people holding the main stages lack a moral compass. And they care more about popularity than anything else. They want to have somebody on the panel and no matter what, they just want to have somebody on the panel. You know, the stuff with Remix with Photon's kid, the stuff with P with Gates' daughter. It seems like it's focused on daughters. It's like the whole sector is anti-daughter or something. How many daughters has been the subject of Remix in his shit? TC's daughter, Propane's daughter, Photon's daughter. And now we got P. That shit that P said, I think that Gates needs to take P seriously. I will put paperwork on P in a minute. Because I think he's the kind of guy, just the kind of guy like we just saw shoot that dude in Vegas. The kind of person that really don't have nothing to lose. And that would click over like that based on some online stuff. I really think so. We've seen a bunch of examples of people on social media who they show all the signs. You can look at just P's behavior in the sector and imagine a year later an investigation. He showed all the signs. He showed the weapons. He showed the volatility. He's made the direct threats. I mean, what else you got to do? When a person is cornered and they have nothing to live for, you'd be surprised what they'll do. There's so many examples I have just on my hard drive of social media, based murders, where the thing that pushed them too far was something that happened online. Of course, the reason why they did it is because they got their own problems, but the conflict portion that made them go too far happened online. And for the men, it's like the women can do what they're doing tonight, which is dig into each other's trauma, find the worst thing they can say about each other, and throw it. And nobody's gonna kill each other. You don't see much of that. With the men, you really can't go back and forth like that. It's not that much arguing that happens in real life between guys. It can escalate really, really quickly. And so the whole culture of the men getting up and fighting like P wants to do is, that person's got to be a little crazy or disconnected from reality or feminine, one of the three, because that's not really what men do. If you get in the habit of doing that with men, popping off like that, you're not going to live long, at least not where I'm from. And if you give up those habits that you learned from the ground, the things that you learned from like life, then, it's just a matter of time before you fall in one of those holes. That's what my quote was about for the night. The mind that's conceived a plan for living must never lose sight of the chaos against which that plan was conceived. That's from Invisible Man, Ralph Ellison, from the epilogue. Once you lose, sight of what it is that taught you what you know, you're susceptible to anything. And getting online and making a habit of just being disrespectful and being cruel and being all these things that people are, that shit's gonna come back in your life for real. It happens every day. You think about it, being mad at somebody doesn't do anything to the person. It just hurts you. That's in your bloodstream, not in theirs. Your blood pressure is up. Everybody on that panel that was up there yelling, they didn't make the other person's blood pressure go up. They made their own. Where's my GPU is? Why is that so high? Man, I hate updating drivers. Trying to make me buy new equipment. But this is pretty light overall, this StreamYard. I'm still not paying for this. I ain't paying no $44 a month for StreamYard. I'll go back to OBS. But the free version, I guess it has some time limit. I need that time limit myself. I don't want to be on here for 4 hours. 4 hours seems to be like the normal curve, natural ending point. And so I wanted to see that video again. I lost all my videos I uploaded when I got kicked out. That Sin City video. I sent it to Photon and email.
Facts, donut.
Call him a suspect. You mean a suspect? That's crazy. The thing that got me too is that when he started shooting, then she went for the camera to get her phone. Like, I wonder if the people that are like so really inside of social media, going live all the time, doing IRL streams, if they really lose the connection like to the real world, because they're constantly preoccupied with that online space. Like, do you know that the dude just is shooting? He might shoot you too. And I think she's the second one to die. So instead of running, it ain't like she got a gun to stop him. Instead of running away to save herself, she got the camera because she think the camera's gonna save her. If people see it or something, it's gonna make her safe. I see a lot of that online. People filming stuff like that's gonna actually make them safe.
I don't know what's going on down there, but everybody just ran this way. There was like 8 or 9 guns.
I'm out here searching for my baby. The fuck? I went through every fucking casino there is. I heard there's one of my biggest fans here in fucking town. I'm dying to see him. I'm fucking dying to see him. What are we doing? Fuel bar tonight? Is that what we're doing? I'll fucking be there. I'll fucking be there. You better fucking believe it. You come to my city and think I'm not gonna show up? You fucking think I'm not gonna show up? I should have been the first one to be told. Right? Somebody should have sent me my invite. Mr. Marquez.
That's wild. And what does the audience do? They're probably in the chat cheering them on. Yeah, get him. Not making the connection between, you know, online and offline. If you in the same city, it's not online no more. You just talking on the phone. I think I got like maybe 6 of these different cases killed on the live stream.
Facts. Donut.
And he got the gun in his hand the whole time. He got the gun in his hand the whole time, but they're concerned with the live stream. And what had to be going through the shooter's mind? I mean, you know you're going to jail forever. But I think that's the case of like an offline guy who gets online late in his life and doesn't know how to handle, you know, like we saw when Flacco went to No Jumper. The No Jumper people were all offline people. So when Flacco came, he brought an online audience with him, and they didn't know how to react to the audience. They was like surprised by the things that the audience would say, reacting to each thing that each person was saying. And I guess that's part of the issue, is that the audience has to mature, because what happened with COVID is the online is not really it's not an escape anymore. It's the same as the town square. It's really, to get some escape, you got to go somewhere underground. So people like this, you got a bunch of these people coming onto the internet who don't really know how to handle online disputes. I thought that they were like in the same town all the time. I guess he just went on a trip there. Wish I would have heard about this the first day. I could have got all the videos. All I have is these few. That one in. What's the other one? What is that? Oh, that's sorry. What is that? Man, I lost all my content. Oh, this is another one. This one is maybe the scariest one to me. Is this wife that in Mississippi that shot her husband? I need to check the status of her case. Cases in Mississippi, Alabama, even some of them in Georgia. They got like one medical examiner. The cases are so backed up that it may take a year to get an autopsy. And so the cases are held up for long periods of time. The Takia Beverly case, it took like a year to get the baby's autopsy. And so the case had to wait. And by the time the medical part was done, the whole jury pool had already made up their mind as to that she was guilty. But this case in Mississippi, I think this is 2022 or 23. I knew something was wrong with her from the first from the first frame. But this family, him and her did content together. It's almost like the what's the other couple? The Myers Effect. The Myers Effect channel is still up. They never took it down. I think the daughter runs the channel. She wanted to leave it up to see her parents, I guess. But in the Myers Effect, the father killed the mother and her mother and himself. But this is this one is cold. They don't show it, so it's okay. You can see what the nature of the argument is and the role that her social media audience, or her wanting to perform for her social media audience, plays in it. Again, and this is a Facebook thing. Facebook is way more dangerous than YouTube. Way more dangerous. Because the basic dispute is between him and her and their families. Like, he goes over to his mother's house and he says this and that, and somebody posts on Facebook, and it becomes this whole fight, this family-based fight.
Yeah, people want to have something to say, but he ain't here with his kids. He ain't helping. He left at 6:00. He left at 6:06 to go be with his mama.
Over here trying to cook something to eat.
Instead of trying to.
Why is there got to be a question about do I need to cook for the kids?
What you doing?
Why is there a question?
He don't never have.
That person talking is her mother. So it's the kid's grandmother who mad that she got to cook breakfast for her grandkids.
The question. He don't want to question everybody's loyalty, but where is his loyalty at? But he want to talk about me when I am not doing. He want to talk about me when I'm not doing.
Why you not cooking?
Talk about unnecessary. Then he talking about calling the police. Talk about I'm gonna get my stuff. But you got 4 kids and a wife. It's 7:36. He can't even be.
He can't even come here and cook for these kids.
He can't even come cook for the kids. Boy, what y'all doing? why he gotta cook? He about to go to work and he gotta cook. See, I think, he made a lot of mistakes way before this moment. He made a lot of mistakes. He set a bad standard.
Come here, cook for the kids.
He got to be at work at 8 o'clock.
Nah, matter of fact, he got to be at work at 9.
Okay, well, he still got time to cook for these kids.
And then he got to
He
got to go pick up his buddy from his job, Law.
Well, he need to tell Law he need to get his mama car and go to work.
He pick up his buddy, Law, take him to work back and forth every day.
I ain't got nothing to
But then,
nobody helping nobody, but Law.
But he can't put gas in both cars.
That's what I'm saying. If Law ain't giving him no gas money to go to work,
Dang. So they want him to make breakfast too. So he get up, go to work. He take his brother-in-law to work. And they want him to cook breakfast too.
People got stuff. Okay.
And put
You
gas in
wanna-
both
you wanna
cars.
Put it like that. Oh, I got stuff to do too. I'm over
Man.
here. I got stuff to do too. I'm over here.
And grandma don't even want to help her grandkids.
I'm over here cooking breakfast.
Get
Like
out,
I
move,
said,
don't.
Yeah, what you on the phone with?
Uncle, bro, boom. I'm talking
Yeah, how is he gonna put gas in both cars?
I'm over here. I'm doing.
No, you ain't trying to get ready for work. Look at him. This is sad case, y'all. He getting his stuff. Look at that. Sad case. As a father.
Okay, Jeremy, what is the conversation you want to have?
We good.
Yeah. And your baby in the room.
Conversation you want to have?
Man, that would drive me nuts. That would drive me crazy. Oh, what happened? I messed up. Let me get back to where I was.
We good. If I'm, give me my phone, bro. Don't shut
What is
up.
the
Move.
conversation you want to have?
What the conversation?
Get out my
He
phone.
said, what's the
Don't touch
conversation?
me. Don't touch me. I'll call the police over here. Don't do not touch me.
He said, what's the conversation y'all want to have?
Go on me. Get on me.
What's the conversation you want to have?
Oh, I'm finna send Dad over here. She touched me, please. Get on
Ain't
me.
nobody
I
touching.
need you.
I'm gonna send my cousin over here. Do not touch me,
Don't
bro.
have nobody over here.
Oh,
What is
baby,
the
she.
Man, see, he messed up a long time ago. She don't have no emotion.
Tell your daughter to keep her hands on
What
me.
is the
Tell your
conversation?
daughter to keep her hands on me.
You the one slap me.
Say you couldn't.
You the one slap me. Hit me now. Hit me now.
Keep her hands on me.
Uh-huh.
What's up, man?
I'm still asking what is the conversation?
Oh man, that's what I'm finna do. I'm finna get out. I ain't really trying to argue at all. I'm just trying to get my.
No.
They're probably gonna have some new psychology for what's happening with social media. Like, how do you account for this? Like, what's the role? Like, if there was no Facebook Live, what she had, I don't think she would have shot him. I think that this is her performing for other people,
No, you want to go tell
and her mama
your
useless.
family about this and about that. You want to do this.
I'm trying to leave from over here in P, man. I ain't trying to argue at all.
Ain't nobody
I'm going to take my car key off.
Them my keys.
Stop. What
She reading comments the whole time.
is the conversation?
No, what's the conversation?
Get my phone, bro.
What's the conversation?
Keep your hands on me.
What's the conversation?
Keep your hands on me. Don't touch me, bro.
What's the conversation?
Move, bro. I'm trying to get ready for work, man. Go
How you getting ready for work?
What is going on? That's all
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm over here doing. Talking about I don't do nothing for the kids. I don't do nothing. I do what I can when I can.
understand.
But like I said, don't keep putting me in situations that's not my problem. And then, like I said, this is your family. You supposed to be here helping, taking
No,
care of
he
these
ain't straight.
kids.
You want,
No, you're not good because you're not here taking care of these kids.
Man, they trying to shame her.
He wanna go call everybody.
Keep your hands on me,
Stop,
bro.
D.
Don't touch me again.
Touch you.
Jason, send that over here. We'll make it easy. Send that over here. I'm finna do it just like that. Send that over here.
Ain't nobody finna come over here and do
Send that over
nothing.
here. Get your hands on me, bro. Stop touching me.
You need to
Move.
stop.
He called her bruh. I don't know why that bothers me so much. I think I'm old as shit.
Send that over here, Jason.
Bruh.
Ain't nobody coming over.
How you call your wife bruh?
Oh, me, bro. Sit down. Get your motherfucking hands on me, bro. Stop touching me, bro.
Stop.
Stop touching me.
I'm gonna kill you. Murder scene,
Stop
murder.
touching me again.
Now, see, that's the thing. Now I'm for to kill you. Murder scene, murder scene. I don't see how she could not get the death penalty. I don't see how. Even though, again, this is a small town somewhere, I don't see how she could not. Because she did exactly what she said. But she's doing all that for the camera.
Stop.
Let go. Touch me. Touch me again. Touch me a motherfucking again.
Stop.
Touch me
Ain't
again.
nobody finna do
If they had it,
Don't go to put my gun.
I don't know if they have. I don't know. Is this Mississippi? I think it's Mississippi. I don't know if they have death penalty in Mississippi. They probably do.
Ain't nobody finna do nothing.
I'm gonna call the police.
Ain't nobody. Stop.
You know, she shot him point blank in the back of his head. It's not random domestic violence. She said she's gonna kill him. She got the gun and she shot him in the back of his head point blank with the gun like next to his head.
Don't worry about it. Tell
Stop.
me Tell me
Stop.
with the kids home and everything.
Stop. Yeah, bitch.
She ain't shed a tear.
Stop. I'm not open here for this.
Motherfucker gonna keep her
I
hands
kill
on me,
your
bro.
ass nice, bitch. Stop.
Yeah, he said you let that get too far.
Man, people so selfish, man.
Oh, you ain't getting nothing. Everything.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I don't know what it, I'm not really hung up on what the sentence is going to be. I'm just saying my opinions. I think it should be, you take that life like that, you should lose your life.
Y'all gonna have to stop all this. Cause then y'all wonder why the kids.
Well, first thing she said, oh shit, I don't want to go to jail. She think about herself. And that's the thing is, I look at all the pictures of it too, and I listen to it, the whole thing. She ain't cry at all. And she's her concerns about herself. She don't want to go to jail. She told the kids, your daddy dead. I think he should have seen that a long time ago, but, you know, can't really blame the victim, but at the same time, you kind of can. And she come back and talk for the camera, for the recording. But I think that the social media and the having the audience played a role in that. I think it did. No, I don't even think the case has even been tried yet. So I'm not saying she didn't get it, the death penalty. I'm just saying that I think she should get it. It's a figure of speech. I don't believe that they've even had the case yet. It takes them like 2-3 years down there to get to the case. I have to go Google it. Or you could Google it for us, Carrie. You know, you're the Google master. And man, I was going to talk about it when it happened, but again, this is Facebook. And so Facebook stuff, the people that are like the family and everybody, they're all there. So you can't really talk about these cases right when they happen. At least I can't. When I did the Takia Beverly case on my other channel, her family is there. Her father is one of my friends on Facebook now. So you can't really just say, you know, objectively what you think about the case without impacting a bunch of people. You keep on with that bullshit, Kevin. Man, that is sad as hell. That one, and what's the other one? Valley Vale. Valley Vale was crazy, but he had all the signs of a crazy person already. And a lot of down south. Yeah, I lost all my clips I had up here. Yeah, them kids is without. Grandma gonna have to raise them kids now. And the families will resent each other forever. Look forward to think about where those kids will be in 15 years or so, carrying that curse forward to the next thing. And I think I downloaded their whole channel way back when, like as soon as it happened. That's kind of my thing, I think. My stalkery activity. As soon as I see something, I download the whole channel. And the whole channel was just, she is a little special. And he's a little special too, actually. Like small town type of, I don't know. High value woman. I remember people. What's that? When people try to tell me I'm single because I'm not a high value woman, what the hell is a high value woman? Remember people like this? Working. Oh, I messed up by showing this. I played right into your into your fears. Dang. You know, people say all kind of stuff. You know, people say all kind of stuff. I think I'm blessed just not to be able to not to allow things in, like, because I think when people talk, they're talking about themselves. They're just revealing their own everything. It's nothing to do with me. That's why I don't get mad. Or don't hold grudges. The ranting thing online is like, you know, that's what they do. You know, but any kind of general idea about marriage, you know, each marriage is specific, it's unique because the people in it are unique. So we use the same word for it, but it's not even the same thing, not even the same kind of relationship. People get married for all kinds of reasons. What is this? Oh, I remember this. Oh, this was for Stargate. I remember that. Keep on banging your head in the same place. Yeah, this new StreamYard is okay. You're just saying, you know, the free version, I wouldn't pay for it. I like the slideshow concept. And just because that has a dog right there, that doesn't mean that was supposed to be you. I just said, you know, two women on stage throwing their trauma at each other. Hey, what's happening, Jerm? Carrie, you got to start to share your prompts for the videos you make. I think you might be top 3 for making the AI pictures. Everybody talking is talking about themselves. I remember when I realized that I was sitting in a coffee shop somewhere doing my stuff. I just realized everybody in the room was just saying I. They all just talking about themselves. So I got all these in slideshow format. Traumas and traumas. That little guy is supposed to be Photon. Calories not calorie. I didn't like that one. Interesting thing to me though is like when you figure out like a general principle about some stuff, like people are talking about themselves. When people get into their feelings and they want to hurt somebody, they're speaking usually from their own trauma. That's what it seems like, you know. So that means I look at my own self and think about when I'm speaking from my own trauma. But I'm never out of control, so I solved that a long time ago. So I wonder what I would say if I was out of control.
Lighten up.
Are they still talking Photon and Star?
Bad shit.
I want to see this movie again.
Playing, motherfucker. On trumpet. Bleak. Tenor, soprano saxophones. John Coltrane, tenor saxophone.
What was I just watching?
Improvise.
You see the Ptolemy Great film, Gary?
Goes, hey, bit by bit.
Samuel Jackson.
See?
Do you feel undesirable? You think that's true? Oh, man. And that's gone too. That's what I just said. Yeah, but I think I couldn't, where could we see an example of the stuff that we're talking about? Like the hurt people outside of online, where could you see it? And if we didn't know each other's trauma like we do in this sector, how could we ever see the example of what we're talking about? Who you talking about? You making up shit again, Carrie? It's got to be hard carrying all that straw around with you. When I said no one would want to see me naked, what? Okay. Oh, that's talking about breaking there. But it was so many circular references in that show. I want to go back and clip that up. If they ever stop talking so I can finish getting the video. And Photon expertly wrapping up the show. Yeah, beef is beef. Yeah, this was the thing that was interesting too, is that when Star came down to the chat, the people that she went down the list to say something negative to were all the people that were telling her to stop sharing. Like, stop, this is just entertainment for them. Stop sharing your personal information. It's just going to be a weapon. And you're just going to end up crying up here. And that's what happened. But then she went one by one through those people and made those people out to be the bad guys. That's interesting. Because we've been seeing it since what, 2021 at least? I think 2021. Yeah, you are always making up stuff, Gary. I know you know. You know I know you know. And I think the keeping like grounded in like reality is important, because I really believe that people can program themselves. I think your conscious mind can program your subconscious mind. You hearing everything you're saying, and you start to believe what you said. Dun, dun, dun. Oh yeah, I think he is at the. How many hours is that for Photon? I can hear it, I just can't see it. I got too many screens. Dun, dun, dun. Where's my other video? I want to do a review of that movie, that series, Ptolemy Gray, that Walter Mosley series with Samuel Jackson. Even though the trailer, like, it's actually the whole thing. You can actually get an idea of what it is from the trailer. I think the trailer was probably more interesting than the whole movie, whole series. Because they didn't really get into it the way that the trailer lays it out. It was like it's going to be something. It's going to be more of a science fiction element to it. But then inside of the film, there was no science fiction element to it. It's just like, I don't know. He had the potential to do it. Just didn't. I guess the director just didn't know how to do it. And Walter Mosley is a certain kind of writer. He writes like he writes on a schedule. every day. He writes naked, by the way. Don't ask me why I know that. And he just churns out work. And so his characters don't always make sense. You know, the guy is a country bumpkin, but he is an art collector. You know, it's a whole bunch of stuff that don't match. He goes back and forth between being a bumpkin and being sophisticated and being, you know, it's just it's interesting. The acting is interesting to me in that, but story is a you know, normal Walter Mosley kind of a thing. I think he's all written out. I wanted them to do R.L.'s Dream. That would have been a good one to make into a movie. But it definitely wouldn't have been as good as this trailer. This trailer for Ptolemy Gray, that really had the potential to be something. I wish they would have just made it into a movie instead of I think it was maybe 6 episodes. Something like that. Apple TV only. But you still in here talking about yourself, Carrie? What you talking about now? This one guy threw a tantrum about me reading the Bible. Said only Christians. You still out here telling them lies? Listen, lady, get the receipt and show that. I thought you had a whole break. You came back. Everything is fine. Why are you digging all this other shit back up again? What's the point? Everybody here knows that this is untrue. I've been in the sector too long. You've never seen me engaged in a religious debate, telling people, "Don't you do this with the Bible?" That's ridiculous. Come on now. See, that's the thing I said about keeping connected with the truth, is that the irony you're drowning in is irony that you created with your straw man construction of what you say I said that I didn't say. And so you having all these feelings about something that's not even really real. You know, the truth is important. And the thing is, like, what reason do I have to lie about it? If I felt that way, I would definitely say I felt that way. But there's nothing in any of my stuff that even supports that. So you should probably let that go. Or not, keep it, you know, do what you want with it. I miss Evie Mux. They could get it right over there. If I could get my my OBS right. Oh, I remember that. I want to revisit this Takia Beverly case, and it's been enough time. I think I can do it now without them. They were a little upset when I was covering it during the trial, but I think I can do it now. I think Takia moved. That's my moving thumbnail. The girl on the right is the girlfriend that he made the baby with. This is the wife. And it's an interesting case because this is a small town with like 1,200 people. And Morris Beverly is the preacher's son. It's right up your alley, Gary. He's the preacher's son, and he was like coveted by a lot of the women in town. And what he did was he went and got a woman from another town and married her and brought her back. And so the women in town automatically hated her. From jump. And she's a little bougie at the same time compared to the women that's from that town. And he got this girl pregnant while they were engaged. And from what I got from the story, I think they were actually having sex the whole time up until the time she had the baby. They were in a relationship the whole time. But she had the baby on the day that they got, was it the day or the week that they got married is when she had the baby. And so what Takia tried to do, this lady, was try to integrate the baby into their life. And so she reached out to her, and she wanted to be the go-between for the baby. She was even taking this girl to work, picking her up and taking her to work and taking her home. And the baby was coming over there on the weekend, and she was, you know, they got pictures together and everything. And so, but the baby was a community baby. The baby was passed around all around town, like to different people's houses and everything, because the mom was a little unstable. And then the baby, the baby died, and they blamed the death on the stepmother. They made the evil stepmother kind of storyline, and it was like months later too. It wasn't like right away. And again, in this place, the medical examiner takes months and months and months to even get autopsies. And so the autopsy report didn't come back for quite a long time. And it came back saying that the cause of death was blunt force trauma. And then they decided to, they did this so-called investigation and they blamed it on Takia Beverly. But if you go listen to all of the, I got the trial transcript, the first trial transcript, went through it, and the trial was a farce. The district attorney at the time when the crime happened, that district attorney didn't want to bring in charges. But then the next district attorney ran on the idea that she's going to pursue charges, and she got elected. And the next district attorney, went after Takia Beverly. Even though the child was in the custody of both the father and the mother, she decided that it's the mother. And the district attorney brought separate cases against both of them. And then she subpoenaed the father. So that meant that the father could not be in the courtroom for the mother's case. And they made the idea that, okay, the father doesn't even support her, that she's made, they spread the story that he's blaming her too. And any part of his testimony about what happened, they got it excluded because it's for another case. And so the father did CPR and the father called 911, but because they got the information about his case excluded, on the stand, they'll ask the police officers, well, did she call 911? Did she do CPR? And she's a nurse. And they said no. And so the whole jury is like, what? A nurse didn't do CPR? Da, da, da. And so it was like a lot of manipulation going on. And the jury was an all black jury. It's an all black place. And on the jury there were a couple of her cousins of the mother. And so that eventually the whole she got sentenced to life in prison or something, and then it got thrown out. It got reversed because they proved that the jury had relatives in it. And then the change of venue happened. They moved it to Monroe and got away from that small town and got a whole different jury, mixed jury, and then she was acquitted based on that. And I have some of the footage. There was no major network coverage of the footage. It was this one guy with a camera that went in and filmed it, what he could before he got kicked out. He only got to film a couple of days before they kicked him out for harassing the defendant. Because the whole place was against Takia Beverly. They were adamant that she did it, no matter what, even though the evidence really didn't point to her doing it. And there was so much manipulation, especially by the main cop that's involved. And so I couldn't really cover it in depth the way I wanted to because, again, the whole family is like on my channel and on my Facebook, and it's hard to even to talk about it when a person's life is kind of at stake. But it's been enough years now we could probably talk about it, because what I want to talk about is him. He's the cause of the whole thing. And if anybody was actually should have been a suspect for it, it should have been him. He's the one that was embarrassed. That night that the baby died was the first time his family found out that he had another child. Or was it? I think they knew. I think the first time they met the child, and I think he was a little embarrassed. But I don't think anybody killed the baby, though. I think the baby. There was news that the baby fell from a car, and I think it was that same day, earlier, and they wouldn't allow the evidence into the case. And anyway, the jury saw kind of through it, and I got an interview with one of the jurors. I was connected with one of the ladies that was covering the case, and she got an interview with one of the jurors. And I should have been on that panel. She offered to let me be on the panel with him. but the jury didn't believe the case, and they kept on making the jury leave because there's so many objections, and it's so clear that they're trying to manipulate the evidence. But I still get comments to this day on that channel, on those videos about Takia Beverly being guilty. I just don't believe she's guilty. So I want to get to that, I think, sometime in June, maybe July. I got to look at what the anniversary of the case is. I can maybe do it on the anniversary time period. When was that? Make it into one video. But it was the mother got up and made social media posts, and that's actually what got the venue changed. The mother refused to comply with what the court was saying. She got on social media trying to spread the news and contact every place about this case, and she was spoiling the jury pool, and that's how they got the case moved to another place. And the mother's story changed also. So I got all of the interrogations of the, 2 interrogations of Takia, of her husband, of the mother, of all the other people involved. And I went through a bunch of it. I didn't go through all of it, though. I need to go through all of it now. Now I got an easy way to transcribe it all with DaVinci Resolve. It's much simpler than it was back then. Reading transcriptions is easier. Give it to a large language model and tell it to tell me what it said. Oh, it looked like the anniversary was May 13. That was when the verdict came down. So it's about a year. It's a good time to do it. So that's what, 3 years? 3 years ago? Because she was sentenced to previously sentenced to life without parole, and that was crazy. If you read the transcript for that case, that was crazy. I think another one of the smoking guns was that this was manipulation, was that the medical examiner wasn't available for the first case. All they had was his report. He wasn't available because he was suspended while he was being investigated for child pornography. And so he wasn't available for the whole trial. But on the second trial, he was available. And so the idea was that the medical examiner is the one that can really testify and explain that this was blunt force trauma and that she, said this baby was killed. But when the medical examiner came to testify, they only asked him to validate that this is his report. They didn't ask him any other questions. And then they tried to have his autopsy thrown out because it started to contradict what it is they were saying happened. And I want to get the transcript for the case because that was, I think it was day 3 or day 4. We were already out of the courtroom by then. I only got day 1 and day 2. And the transcript in this place is they got a paywall that makes it. This is how they protect themselves in their process. It's $2.40 a page for transcripts. And this is the first transcript I got was 840 pages. $2.40 a page for 840 pages. The lawyers paid for the first one. I'm sure they charged the client. The second one, nobody has gotten it yet. It should be longer than the first one, actually. And I want to see the second one. I'm just not willing to pay $2.40 a page. That's a crazy price. And the thing about it is that it's not like they won't tell you how many pages it is before you before you search. You have to put in your financial information, and based on what the search returns, you get a bill for that amount. So they won't tell you, hey, the transcript is 1,000 pages, it's going to be this much, $1,240. They won't tell you that. They'll just, if you ask for this, no matter how many pages it is, you got to pay for that many pages. They're trying to tell you to stay out of their business. Somebody needs to sue them. Because it doesn't cost $2.40 to produce a page of text. And especially when you just want the PDF. You don't even want the physical pages. But I want to see the full The only reason you need a transcript in these true crime cases is that if you watch the trial on TV or on YouTube, you can't hear what they're saying when they approach the judge. You can't hear any of the stuff that the jury doesn't hear because they can't let you hear it. But when you get the transcript, you get a chance to hear everything that happened during the trial. You hear what all the objections are, what all the back and forth is. The court reporter is getting it all. And so you don't get a true representation of what the case was until you actually get the transcript. And some places are freer and more open than other places. Florida is great in that way. They give you everything. I think that's why people think Florida is the craziest place in the world, because they have the freedom of information. So you can make money from their freedom of information in Florida. So you got the market is flooded with more Florida stuff than any other stuff. But the other place is just as crazy as Florida. Georgia is wild. We can see that Georgia is wild from the people in the sector from Georgia. Respectfully. Georgia is a crazy place. I think this is this is from Daily. Was it from Daily? I got a channel over there too. I got too many channels. Let me see what else I got here. I think I did that already. Did my trauma thing. Photon show. Karma. That's the one. Even though that's really not a good picture of karma. Not really. But the idea is there. We don't want to get technical about the details. We're just saying that energy you put out, it will come back to you. We can see that in the sector. And it's like you are soliciting a certain kind of response, you're going to get it. We saw that on Photon show tonight. And it was so like direct. As soon as you say this, then here comes that. And now you're crying about that. Maybe if you didn't say this, then they wouldn't have said that. And what's the payoff? What do you really get from it? Like from like picking on somebody's scab from their sore, like from finding out something bad that happened to them and then using it against them publicly. What do you really get from that? To me, it just shows a smallness of like the person. Especially if you know that they're reactive to it. And I guess everybody on stage, those are the people who are reactionary. They like, these things really bother them. And so they can't help but, I'm going to hurt you too. You said something about mine. And how much of it is entertainment and how much of it is real? I think all of it is real. And I think that even the entertainment is real. And that, because when you hear people in their room, like full yelling in your room, that's in your body. That is in your bloodstream. You really are that excited. When you're acting, that's real. That's why you see a lot of actors go crazy. It's because it's not fake when you take on a role and you decide to emote a certain way. It's just like you were emoting that certain way for real. You really are possessing that character and becoming that thing. You hear that with the best actors too. They'll tell you that he really became that person. Yeah, you are that person. If you decide to you can decide consciously to be that, and you really are putting that into your bloodstream. And you see some actors, they lose themselves after a certain role. What's that lady from Terminator. What's her name? Linda Hamilton, I think. Before Terminator, Linda Hamilton was a she played the pretty girl character, but in the movie she got buffed up, right, for the character. After that, she couldn't go back to doing what she was doing before. She felt that she was a changed person after playing that role because she was a changed person. Those experiences count. The stuff that you tell yourself and the way you train yourself, it changes you into that. So if you online and you frothing at the mouth and talk every day, you know, that's making you into something that you weren't before. And maybe that's good for you. Maybe that's what you want to be, but maybe it's bad. That's why I keep telling people to be careful, you know, and always keep the truth somewhere in the equation. Don't block everybody that tells you the truth. Otherwise, you'll lose track of it and you'll just be in space just talking nonsense. People be right alongside you. Yeah. Cheering you on. They don't give a shit about you. Yeah. What video is that? There's a video of a girl on live getting her windows busted out by the police. Y'all see that? Because she tried to take off on the police, and she's completely possessed by her audience and what the chat is saying and everything. And she lost the border between offline and online. And we're seeing it more and more and more. I wonder what it's going to be like in 10 years. We see it on Photon's show. Photon is dealing with people who are really trying to get you locked up, really trying to get people caught up, you know, in law enforcement. And he's still treating it like, oh, it's just online talking shit. You know, she got a body bag, he got a body. That's not what they're doing, bro. And I think you're not understanding, you know, and when you're dealing with people that really is working on that level, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying you're unequally yoked. If you are in an online capacity dealing with it, you thinking this is just a show. That's not a show. And the stuff that you being sent, that's you got to really think about that. What you being linked up to, you know, because if you're talking about the offline world and offline consequences, if you're playing around in that realm, then you may have some offline consequences too. There's people that get caught up in RICOs that had nothing to do with it. It's actually pretty common, even in non-RICOs, just in drug cases, for example. You know, during the war on drugs, the thing was anybody that lets you use their phone, anybody that lets you use their bathroom, they'll make a connection. The person that's really doing something will blame the person that let them use the phone and make a deal. And they can make a deal because they know the details because they're the ones doing the dirt. And they'll come to you and give you a chance to tell the truth, but you don't know anything because you didn't do anything. And so now in jail, in prison, serving a term is a person who didn't do anything, while the person who did it made a deal and is out. That's why I tell people, like, why are you accepting cash apps from strangers? You don't know the people. You don't know what you're receiving money from, where that money comes from, what that person is into. And you might not find out for 5 years. It's hard for folks to believe that every possible type of person is online. It's a bunch of predators online, and different kinds of predators, looking for different kinds of people. And so if you just open and accepting cash apps from anybody, you're putting yourself at risk. It's not about being afraid. It's about being smart. I mean, in what other situation do you just receive money from people you don't know? I'm talking about direct to your, like Cash App. Super chats can be explained. It's in the context of this app and everything. You can't explain a Cash App. You can try to say, well, it's because I was doing this show. The videos are gone, right? Most of the videos that have happened in sector are no longer even available. Channels deleted, the whole nine. So 2 years later, when you got this case going on, you got to explain what happened. Can you really explain it? Can you even explain the sector to anybody without sounding like an absolute nut? Sectors don't even exist in YouTube. You look for the word sector in YouTube. They were like, what are you talking about? Sectors. Listening to the people who call law enforcement trying to explain it is already like, you can see the difficulty in how the people receiving the call are like, they don't know how to even take it. Like, what do these words mean? The word follow, for example. He's following is he really following somebody, or is he following somebody? Is it just doesn't that just mean subscribe online? But when you use it in that other connotation, you make it seem like it's something different. So people in law enforcement looking at what you're saying, looking at the report, like, which way are they going to take it? The lines between the two are getting blurred more and more, especially between the people who don't have their feet on solid ground, who get kind of caught and lost in the online part of it. And they kind of float away. And you can tell because you talk to them and you seem like, what are you talking about? Come back down to earth. Everything can't be narratives and alliances. There's got to be some objective truth. Now, I've gotten shit over the years from different people, mainly in email, because I refuse to take certain lines against certain people. I'm like, what I do in the chat is I speak the truth about what I think. It's not based on any alliance. Like, I didn't say something favorable about this person because I like them. I said that because I think that's the truth. And that's usually what was going on in the chat, was people were saying the truth. That's really what it was. And that's why the content creators back in 2021 started to rebel against the chat, because they were starting to run narratives for the first time. They're trying to make up fake, make these whole narrative lines, and they didn't want anybody saying what really happened. Ironically, that's what Remix used to drop in and do, was tell the truth a long time ago. A long, long time ago. And I think the creators of the narrative was the good guys. Captain TC. TC and AAS is in love. That's the funniest part of this whole thing with Photon's show. And AAS coming down to earth, coming down to play with the kids on the yard, is how excited she gets when TC is around. And I think that we kind of made them fight. How you doing, Living Life? We kind of made them fight by talking about it, because she obviously would get giddy as hell whenever TC was around. And but we messed it up by highlighting it. Now they warring. That's been the funniest part. I think the sector is like been shook up by whenever AAS comes down from her pedestal. This happens. It happened before when she stopped talking about Umar and started talking about regular people. People were actually honored that she was talking about them. And now coming down to the panel, it's the same thing. Where now she's on the same panel with Mikey, of all people, right? And she's you get to see more of her persona, and she's a regular person to a certain degree, right? And that's shaking up the sector, because a lot of the sector positions was all based on certain things staying the same, And so if you're a person who does uploads, they depend on you just being a person that does uploads. If you just start talking now, you mess up the balance, and, everyone's got to find another way to establish their positions. But I'm seeing the people are having a hard time staying away from Photon's chat, even though they want to. But you see, everybody's coming over. She still called the police on you. Probably so. You messing with people who call the police for stuff. And that's what they do. And I think that it's important. I think everyone has to have, like, how people used to have their pronouns. Everybody's got to have like a little marker that says like where they are in this. Like, there's certain words that mean different things to different people. I remember AS's words from way back when Smoke interviewed her. I saw how she used the word attack, right? And I'm different to hear someone make a video than hear somebody say that live. I saw how she used the word attack, and it shows me how she thinks of stuff that happens in online. And so it's duly noted. Okay, now I know, right? And the funny thing is that ever since that video, the way she used attack then is the way almost everybody uses it now. Everybody follows suit, and they're all using that same kind of language to talk about online stuff. It's becoming kind of like a standard. And so the line between online and offline meaning is really getting blurry. It's a matter of you knowing who you're talking to and what they mean by the words that's coming out of their mouth. The dictionary is kind of useless in that way. It's like, what does this person mean when they say what they're saying? And when I make this joke, how does this person going to take it? You know? Some people you really can't joke with, just like in real offline life. Some people you don't invite to the party because they're going to shoot it up. So that's the interesting thing about what's happening at Photon show is that he's got all those dynamics happening at the same time. And it may seem like fun and games for a minute, but I think it's going to turn dark pretty quick. I think so. Because there's a bunch of mixed meanings over there. Some people is roasting, other people's most people are not roasting. And somebody's going to call the police, even though, you know, it takes more than just calling the police to really, you know, make something happen to a person. But just the whole idea of it, you know, of your name being mixed up in something that, especially if you happen to be a man, you don't want your name mixed up in anything that's not necessary. You know, it could go bad real quick. You got a lot of question marks. I see that, Carrie. I don't think those are questions, though. You know, what you mean by what you say and what I mean by what I say is different. Yeah, I think she's hitting DNA's panel. I think that's bringing her down. I think that it's my prediction, in 18 months, she'll be on a regular person with her name and no more AAS. Regular person on panels. It's almost like the Wizard of Oz coming from behind the machinery. People are starting to see it's just a person, you know. If there's even a sector left, because the realness of all this stuff that's going on, particularly what happened with pills, that really pushed a lot of people away. No bullshit, because that whole thing, it just means that this is not really the kind of place that you thought it was, because you're dealing with people who you think that's a certain way that are a different way. And their interpretation of what's going on is going through a different set of meanings. That whole roasting thing, the whole trolling thing, trolling is dead in 2025. And just some of the people ain't realized it yet, that trolling is gone. I expect to see the word trolling in legislation across the country. Yeah, she loves TC. We were just talking about that. We, but meaning me. And she likes TC. Darrell rolling over in his grave. Darrell will be back. I was looking at Darrell's show also, and I noted that everybody on this panel was previously like dragged dramatically by Darrell, and the videos are still up. Like, it's not like he had a problem with the people on this panel and then they got past it. He removed the content. No, all the content is still there, and and they're still on his panel trying to be his friend. Like, wow. I think that's his talent. His talent is that he's able to really walk back in the room after he farts and act like it wasn't him. And people really just go along with him. Yeah, D. Darrell. Like, that's his talent. I think he's the only person that could do that in the sector. Because it takes a certain kind of audacity, like to really come back in here, like the way he went back on Ray Triggs' show after he exposed all of Ray Triggs' shit. And then went back there and act like he didn't do nothing. And it works. He was able to sit there and, you know, be on the panel and say what he wanted to say. That's a talent. Come back down to earth, Kerry. Everybody dragged everybody? Really? Really? Who said anything about the only one? We're talking about Darrell. So why would I talk about anybody else if I'm talking about Darrell? I'm not sleepy at all. Yeah, Triggs and Darrell made peace, but the way they made peace was by when he came back into the room. I think that it's if you make peace with somebody, then the content that's got my real name and face on it should not still be on your channel. You know what I'm saying? That's not really peace. It's more like the person that did the offensive shit to you is so bold that they'll still come sit around you. It's like the person that helps you look for your wallet and you know that they stole it. They're the one that took it from you. It's because that people don't know how to respond to that kind of audacity, and they just kind of acquiesce. They just kind of sit there with it. Because most normal people wouldn't do that. They wouldn't, you know, come back around trying to hang around you when they've done something against you like that. It's a special kind of person that does that. Kerry, your battle is with words. You can literally go around and around with words as much as you want. If you have a question about what I said, you can ask the question, a real question, not a rhetorical question. They're definitely going to fall out again, I think, Living Life, because I think because there's no such thing as really making up if you don't really make up. Like, if you still got the videos up, you know, where you're talking about me and my hair and my life and everything, then it's still there. I mean, you still are putting that out into the universe. So if you really care about the relationship with me, take all that stuff down, please, and then let's go forward. Kerry, I'm not really doing a battle of what I said. You should really put the dictionary down and stop hanging on those words so much. I do think Darrell has a special talent for that. I think he's the only one that does that. I don't know anybody that shits on someone then shows up in their space the next, time. I haven't seen anybody else do that. People fall out and make up, but it's a different thing. It's a different dynamic. All right, Kerry. And but he'll be back in a couple days and set everything right in the sector universe. Photon will flip on his newfound friends, even though I really do. I think it's good. I think that the thing that used to be the issue with AFW was that controlling who could be on the panel with them. Well, now it's more like it seems to be more free, and Photon seems to be able to handle it until he gets tired. And we'll see what happens next. But the month of June is actually the month of the boring channels. And so the TMK is going live. I'm going live. YM is going live. Plus putting up uploads, putting out content. Just people with a different energy are all putting this stuff out just to try to balance it out. And the beefers can keep beefing. One's looking for conflict, let them keep looking for conflict. But the thing is, they got to ask the question, like, what is that doing in your life to you? Because it's really not doing anything to anybody else. Is that helping you in any way? I'm sure there's a way towards like some other. I don't want to say positive content. I just mean like regular interactions with people. You know, we got a lot to share with each other. We got a lot to talk about, and it doesn't have to be anything with a high amount of excitement. Our whole feed is full of high amounts of excitement. You know, I'm not really interested personally in anybody sharing with me general shit, like something that I'm more interested in the specific things that happen to you. You know, I'm interested to hear what people's individual experiences have been, or what they have to talk about and contribute to a topic, and, you know, what they think, and what's been passed to them by their, you know, their people. We all got these things that's been passed to us by our people. I got stuff passed to me by my grandmother, my grandfather, my mother, my father, stuff I learned in my own life, and then it's with you when you interpret whatever you interpret. And if you're in an environment where people understand what sharing is, and how to share, and how to converse, and how to be respectful to each other, and how to learn from each other in some way. And learn doesn't mean that somebody's smarter. It just means that you're understanding what they're saying, you know, as opposed to just listening to beef, listening to be right, or to, you know, whatever they're trying to do. You know, it's just yeah. She used to go to Pill. I think that this is a new thing. This new thing with AAS is really, really positive. I think so. In sector terms, like thinking about the sector from 2019 to now, I think it's a positive thing. Because the wars, the Umar Johnson wars, have been over for years. Nobody even talks about Umar Johnson. So it's just down to personal relationships, and it really seemed like now it's about trauma. It's about women using their trauma against each other. That's what it seems like to me. You know, it's like I called it the fatherhood sector before, because it seemed like everything was going back to fathers. People were shaming each other for the relationships with the fathers and what the fathers did and all this shit. And it's become like the Trauma Olympics. Trauma entertainment, trauma-tainment. So people come and they leave feeling deflated. And I guess that's supposed to be for other people's entertainment, but is it? Who's really entertained by it? I don't know. I guess I could say I'm interested in it. I'm interested in like what happens, you know, and like looking at what's going on the same way I'm interested in court cases and Netflix shows and movies and other stuff. Because these characters, we have history with each other. We know, you know, what we know about them. And so when we see this stuff happening, it gives us some kind of insight. We can use our insight, I should say, to try to understand the larger context. I wish you could show fight videos on YouTube, but you can't. All my fight videos are on Twitter. Fighting videos are good because fighting is like physical fighting is like there's a fundamental thing to it. And you can learn a lot about people and how the culture between people works. The culture of men, the culture of women, you can see it clearly in the fights. The shooting thing is a whole different thing. Like that shooting today, or at least the video I saw today, is crazy. The person did not care about going to jail forever. He's probably already on parole or something.
What's going on down there, but
I want to know if the other person that got killed was her, or was it somebody else? I think I read it, or somebody said it that it was his wife. Let me see. It was her. Man, she should have ran. That's crazy. But that guy is, I mean, that dude is crazy. And I look at people on here that's like overlooking the behavior of other people and not really understanding that if a dude is showing you his guns online, you should take it serious. Because first of all, there's something wrong with him. It really is. And it's not just about it being funny or a joke. No, there's something wrong with that person.
This way. There was like 8 or 9 guns.
I'm out
Making
here
threats.
searching for
I mean, the threats
my
that P
bike.
made to Gates is like, you gonna burn his, I remember the threat about burning his house down. And now it's going further to now shooting his daughter, all this shit. He needs to take that incredibly serious and not be led around or goaded by anybody on the side talking about some sector shit or what men is supposed to do. No, you need to really take that serious because it's not just about you anymore. You know, and every place is just a plane ride away, especially for somebody who may be at the bottom of their life, who don't have nothing to lose. You don't know who's dying or what.
Baby.
But this, you can see this dude is crazy.
The fuck? I went through every fucking casino there is. I heard there's one of my biggest fans here in fucking town. I was dying to see him. I'm fucking dying to see him. What are we doing? Fuel bar tonight? Is that what we're doing? I'll fucking be there. I'll fucking be there. You better fucking believe it. You come to my city and think I'm not gonna show up? You fucking think I'm not gonna show up? I should have been the first one to be told. Right? Somebody should have sent me my invite. Mr. Marquez.
So when you look at this video, so you see the same kind of crazy you see around here, but people won't take it serious until after something happens. And you got people like Binary lying, making up stories like this, like I'm coming to his house, or this kind of shit. And so they take this same kind of energy and they pervert it into something for trolling when they really should be careful with that, with all that, you know. Like somebody's coming to your house to stalk you for what? Because you groped some women and they played a video? Really? Of you saying you groped some women? That's crazy. But getting online gives them 24 hours, gives people 24 hours a day to have conflict. And if the spaces where people are don't put up some kind of standard to have some kind of order, and if they fall in love with the bickering, and they don't realize that this is actually the culture of women, right? Because women can fight and not kill each other. It's a war of words. It's a war of reputation. It's a war of just, you know, devaluing each other. It doesn't necessarily spill out into the streets in the same way as it does with guys. So you got guys talking about hit the panel so we can argue. And I'm like, I think you're misunderstanding that a lot of these sectors is built on the original black beauty sector. And the terminology matches it. Scratching. This is all female. And you engage in a female space and you're doing female things. But if a man does that, a man gets killed for talking a certain way to other men. You don't have the leeway. Nobody's got patience with you in the same way as they do with women. The men that are my age, we know that. P knows that. And that's what tells me that P either never leaves that room or he's crazy. Because men that age don't talk that way. You see men that age, they're really calm. Calm down. We watched everybody that had that energy get face their fate. They're dead and gone or locked up. So to see this older dudes that's supposed to be elders kind of idolizing that kind of energy and trying to make it like that's masculine, really? Is masculine to do that? To be up bickering and, you know, I guess if you just say nigga at the end of it, it makes it into something manly. But to see them like emulating the young boys and not really showing maturity, it's just crazy. I remember the Nigerian guy told me that. I talk about it all the time. It's the only place that he's been where he saw that the old are not more wise than the young. That was his main complaint about America. The oldest, they're trying to be young. They're still trying to be cool. You're trying to be cool. You're near 60 and you're still trying to be cool? That's crazy. Nah, I mean, really? You still trying to be cool at 60? You grandpa. You're supposed to be calm and wise. Not pointing your gun at your iPhone. Trying to make people like you. That's one of the greatest things about getting older. It's like you don't give a shit if people like you anymore. Like you don't care. That's the freedom of it. I think I remember the average age in this sector, I think, is, I remember when my grandmother was that age. Like, I remember that. And I just remember, of course, they may have had their own stuff going that we didn't know about too, but the maturity level was way different in that time period. Way different. You didn't see the old women trying to be young and the old dudes trying to be young. Everybody kind of took their place where they were supposed to be, at least where I was. In this sector, it's a constant, you know, I explained to somebody before, of people looking at everything through their vaginas and through their sex. Like, listen, everything is not about attraction or does this person like you. That is some junior high school shit. I mean, who's not established? I think most people are established in their relationships by this age. Most people. And the ones that aren't, they aren't. But most other people are. And so the idea that everything is based on, do you like this person or not? Or this person likes me? That's kind of juvenile. You know, watching the Every Ass That passes at about 38, 39. Like, listen, what you looking for? I think you should have that ironed out by now. The 98% of all the women you'll ever deal with in your life will not be your mate. They'll be your cousins and sisters and co-workers and everything else. So looking at women exclusively like that is crazy. And the same thing, looking at men exclusively like that. Every man that looks at you or talks to you wants you. Really? Yeah, he probably does actually, but looking at it that way is kind of counterproductive. I mean, is that really what's going on? Especially online where you can't even see anybody. I mean, it's like we're just dealing with each other's ideas. It was better. I remember the paragraph days was better. The Black Voices days was better. Everything was long-winded. Everybody was about explaining shit. Wasn't about this brevity or this coolness or this shit that the most vocal people are the ones with the stupidest shit to say. Trying to encourage you to, I mean, Mikey talks more than anybody in the sector, saying the same shit. It's always been that way. It's that way in church. You put a microphone out, first person gonna grab it is gonna be somebody crazy. There's always something about insanity where the goal is to control their volume, to get them to stop saying something. And online is a perfect place for a lot of insane people just to say whatever they want. And then you add monetization to it, and you add, you know, views to it, and you add all these things to it. Now you encouraging craziness. It makes you think back to like before the internet and what the idea of what COINTELPRO was back then, before 95, what it was like in 89, right? The idea of it. COINTELPRO, they were intercepting memos and letters and rewriting them and putting conflict and stuff to create conflict between the different chapters of like the Black Panthers, physically intercepting it and changing it and making these conflicts happen. And now we have algorithms that promote conflict. I swear, I look at my algorithm and it's actually suggesting stuff that's that fits right in what I was just watching. And I know how the algorithm works, you know, but the conflicts benefit YouTube, whether it's monetized or not. It benefits them more if it's not monetized. Unmonetized channels are how YouTube make their money. Monetized channels is how they got to split their money. And they'll let you have your monetization up to the 2 days before it's time to pay you and take it back and keep all the money. All your super chats, everything. So you got the encouragement, like I'm looking at I'm using external tools to create like headlines or something, and look at what it's encouraging me to make. It wants videos about this, about that, you know, and you can see what the algorithm is saying is popular amongst the people. And that's what it is. This is what the people click on. This is what they want to see. So you need to make more videos like this. Conflict, conflict, conflict. As opposed to like, what are the things you can do with this connection to each other? I really like the Storytime channels, the old Storytime channels before live streaming became the new normal. The Storytime thing was an interesting trend. That's also my favorite hip hop is Storytime, storytelling, third person stuff. But live streaming has become you can make more money going live. You can't do anything else. Like instantly to your Cash App. So all the story time has kind of moved over to TikTok. I can't stand TikTok. I can't stand it. I tried. It's not for me. I hate Instagram also. I hated Instagram first. But Instagram is like, you got to have Instagram because people communicate with Instagram is like the primary form of communication. Email is too formal. Phone call is way too private, it's too personal. So it becomes like Instagram is people pass to Instagram like they're passing their phone numbers. I had to get the Instagram set up for the Takia Beverly trial because everyone I talked to, they wanted to communicate through Instagram. I just don't like anything associated with Facebook for some reason. Takia Beverly is it's a case that I covered like 3 years ago on my true crime channel. I was talking about that earlier. The mother that was mother was accused of, actually the stepmother was accused of killing the child. We had the whole trial for it. She was found guilty, sentenced to life with no parole, and then got a second trial and was found not guilty. I put a link to my other, I got a playlist for that. I was actually looking at it because I'm actually going back through, now the AI tools are better. So now I can actually clean up the sound a lot better than I could before. And I cleaned the sound up before, but now DaVinci Resolve 20, the sound cleanup options are through the roof. And so I can actually make the trial was in a big hall. It's like a huge room. So it's got a lot of reverb in the room. So I want to fix the sound. And they're talking in their country, fast talking country accent. Like you got to listen to it a few times to understand what they're saying. Let me see if where is it at? That my ridiculous name, ZIOE, is the stupidest name ever. ZIOE, zooming in on every blade of grass podcast. That was supposed to be a joke. And yeah. The playlist is here. I'm going to be revisiting that case this month. I think it's only interested. The people are interested in are the people from that place. People asking, and it's a small audience. That's the playlist on my page. Oh yeah, the whole transcript is up there too. I made a video out of the 840-page transcript. I've been asking on Facebook for the new transcript, but nobody has it. Nobody want to pay that $2.40 a page. Flacco. This is kind of disrespectful too at the same time, because these videos, these people are not together. This is from her interrogation. All three of the individual interrogation, I put them together, and the question was, is an all-white jury her only chance? Because the jury before was all black, judge is black, DA is black, police officers are black, everybody's black. These are the cases I like, because it lets you focus on the legal system if everybody is the same. And but with the black jury in the small town, they were all against the stepmother already. For the medical examiner stuff to come back, everyone had already decided that she was guilty no matter what, and they found her guilty. And another interesting wrinkle in that is that the district attorney and the judge in the case were both funded, for their campaigns. So to get off, they were both funded by the same guy. And the guy they were funded by is the baby father of the district attorney. And he is a known drug dealer, like big time drug dealer in that area. And his baby mama is a DA. And he funded both of their campaigns, his pictures together with all of them and everything. And so the thought was that people were afraid to testify truthfully or to not go with what the DA was saying because they were scared of her baby father. There's so many wrinkles. So they finally got to change the venue, and it still is diabolical. There's no way to really, the way they tried to railroad that girl though is crazy. And the judge is a black woman, the defendant is a black woman, and everybody involved is a black woman. So it's got nothing to do with that. And I like that part too, because it really puts if you got the gender and the race thing there, that means that you can focus on the system. Like, how do we get to that point? It feels like a small town case. It should always be change of venue should be like automatic, because it's just too small a place. 1,200 people total. It's too small. Everybody has to know everybody and be interconnected. With the new online everything, I'm just, I'm kind of waiting to see what they do with that, because you should really be able to pull together a jury. I want to see when that happens, the first online jury, where you can pull a jury really from the whole state. A lot of courts after COVID, they just stayed using Zoom because it was just more efficient. They're making more money. They're able to turn over more cases. Judges can stay in their chambers and then deal with a bunch of different cases at once. So I think that's kind of the future of it. I thought that what would happen though is that there would be these like paralegal, like law centers would start opening up with rooms for Zoom cases. So if you got a Zoom court case, you can come to the paralegal's office and rent a room, you know, with a nice setup, and that has, you know, it's ready for you and has information to assist you. I can see a future where they start to have satellite offices for Zoom cases. So you don't have to go to court, but you can go to the Zoom place, the center, to an approved center to sit for your case. They're gonna get tired of seeing people like in their bathrooms or with the background moving around. Or there's that one case where the guy that was that was on the restraining order was in the same room with the lady that he was, you know, that was dealing with the case with. He was in a different part of the house, and they figured it out and sent the police over there to arrest him. But the Zoom thing really can't expedite, you know. But the bottleneck happens to be in all these rural places. The bottleneck is a medical examiner. It's just not enough medical examiners. Too many murders and not enough people to really do the work, the autopsies. So the Ryan Hinton case in Ohio, in Cincinnati, they really did everything quickly with that case. They've got resources up there. That's the one where the father ran over the police officer, and the black press online misreported it that he killed the officer that killed his son, and that's untrue. The officer that killed his son was, his identity was hidden. I mean, we know who he is, but they didn't release his name. Social media's undefeated, though. They got his name right away. He was an undercover officer that did the shooting. And then when Rodney Hinton ran down the other officer, you know, we know online that nuance is lost, and people just go with whatever the biggest block is, and he killed the one that killed him. He didn't. Roland Martin had a whole show about it. Kept on reiterating the fact that he went and found the cop that did it and ran him over. And the cop that he ran over was a retired police officer just doing traffic for the university. So the question is, you know, should he get the death penalty really is the only question. Because he's definitely going to be convicted. But they haven't executed anybody there in a while. I think that state would have to get the legislature involved. They stopped doing death penalties in Ohio because they disagreed on the method, and they have to decide on how to do death penalties. This case might be the case that makes them decide and bring back the death penalty, bring back the executions. But that's been, I think it's not happening till 2026 now. We thought it was going to be in November, but it's been pushed back all the way back, so you gotta wait. So many cases. But that's been the greatest thing about this internet COVID thing, is being able to see court online. You can do your whole legal education and see it online. You don't have to watch court shows. You can just watch real court. Real court is boring as hell, too. But they treat the law like a little cottage industry. You know, like it's their private domain when really it should be part of our normal education. should be able to use the courthouse. Everyone should know how to do that. But it's just not normal information. People scared of the courthouse. I put that link in there. Well, how much time have I done so far? This has been boring enough. It's my favorite one. Who is this in the sector? This could be a few people. One of them is in the chat. Again. If you say, stop bumping your head, don't tell me not to bump my head. Who you think you are telling me not to bump my head? That's why your feet stink. Man, I wish I had my videos. I've had my whole channel loaded and ready to go, and I hit the wrong button. Had to come back in the studio and everything is gone. That's why I hate StreamYard. I like the new layout though. It's actually good. If it wasn't expensive, it'd be great. What is that? Do my linen stuff. That's wild. I need to delete all of this shit. I got too much stuff. All this linen stuff, this Joe Trey stuff. I'm not even doing it. The Buffalo mass shooter. Bum, 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 bum. I'm getting a lot of questions about this other case. Yeah. Lazarus. Oh, yeah, that's the Conley vid. Trey Conley case. I'm getting questions about that again, too. They just lied. They got on TikTok and just lied about what happened. And they're in jail for murder. I think they're in jail forever in Oklahoma. But the guy I want to cover Frank James, that guy. That guy is the one that reminds me of the sector people the most. That's the guy who shot up the Brooklyn subway. And I happened to download his whole channel before they took everything down. And his videos he was actually in the same places that we all were. If you look at his list of who he was following, what channels he was on, he was in the same places we were. A lot of us were. But again, people are taking they're taking the words differently, you know. So you might be with this guy in the chat agreeing about some topic, something, but he's really taking it to the extreme. Goes out and shoots random people on the subway. Oh, timeline. Darrell, I'm gonna leave Darrell alone. Don't do it. He needs his peace. Darrell don't know how compassionate I am to him. Right? I have compassion for Darrell. I could have cooked Darrell a long time ago. The issue was his son has the same name as him. That was the problem. That's the same thing that Lennon has. Lennon's protection was his son has the same name. What is that? me play me some music while I find this video. What do I have here? Let's listen to. I got no music, so child. Take off your shoes. Where's YM song at? See if we can flush out these demons while we at it too. Here you go, YM. See you, Karen. Hey, what's happening, Karen?
Oh, hey. Man, I'm wide awake.
What time is it there?
It's almost 5.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and
I'm in the clouds. I'm in the clouds, so it's timeless. Can you hear that music in your ear?
Yes.
Let me turn it down here. Stop that. That's too positive. We turn that music off.
Yeah, I can't sleep, but listening to your monotone voice was like, it's being asleep.
Hey, that's the goal. That's what this is. That's beautiful. That's what this is about. This is about monotoneness,
I think
monotony.
this is the first time I caught her live.
Yeah, well, maybe. I don't believe you. I'm not live often.
I remember
so
maybe. I don't know. I think it is though.
Yeah, I don't go live often, so only when I'm playing with new software. And this time I just had to break up the Trauma Olympics over there.
Oh yeah, so I don't often ask for advice, but I was thinking about making a sarcastic post about how many times Photon goes live to tell people he doesn't love me. I think
you need to start sharing.
But
I want you to share
like,
your.
Huh?
I want you to share your
Oh, you
what
want
you use to make your pictures. No, I want you to share whenever you put out a picture, an AI picture. I want you to share the prompt.
That's not related to what I was just saying at all.
No, not at all. It's
I get it.
what
Oh,
I was
that
saying.
was the advice. Move on. Leave it. Okay. I got you.
No, it's not. I'm just saying. I'm just saying what I was thinking about.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm
Go
probably
ahead.
thinking that.
You're talking about your sarcastic. I think you have interesting AI pictures.
Yeah,
I want to know
but
what you wrote to get the pictures.
The software I've been using has recently gone to shit. So I'm trying a new software now. Like they've updated it in some way so that now none of my prompts produce any results. So
What
I'm
software is
hoping
that?
that it's in like a in between phase and it'll like keep updating. But like I tried like 50 different post prompts today and nothing happened.
Is it online or offline?
There's an offline AI?
Yeah, the AI I use is all offline.
What?
Yeah,
How?
my language models are in my own network.
That sounds scary. I don't even know
Really?
what that means.
That sounds scary. That's actually great for education, teacher. You can have your
But I
own
don't
models
want
in your
no
own
little
network.
brain that can exist inside itself or whatever. I don't know. Obviously, I don't know what I'm talking about, right?
It's not a brain. It's just a
To
marketing.
me, that sounds like
yeah.
a brain that's like self-actualized. Why? It should need a network. What the hell is it? Just
That's-
over there thinking?
That's just marketing. It's just it's not even intelligent at all.
Well,
It's just
what
that
is
it's
it?
being
You
marketed
think
that way.
What is it? What is it? I thought that AI looked all over the internet and jumbled stuff up in a blender. That's not what's happening.
It's very general. It's very, very general.
I mean,
It's,
what's going in the blender if it's not on a network? What's it blending?
Your AI does not use the internet at all, actually. So the data it's trained with is what you're getting results from. The
So
training
does it have
data.
a bunch of images in it?
Image stuff, it's actually creating the images based on what it's learned about the words that you're putting in there.
So
So when
has to be
you look at a
injected.
model like ChatGPT, or even like think about like DeepSeek,
Yeah.
they released a 671 billion parameter model. That means that that model was trained with 670 billion different things, right? And so it doesn't need the internet. It's been trained with that stuff already, so it can actually answer you. And it's like taking a bunch of knowledge and actually roll it into something that can then answer you without the internet. So my large language model stuff doesn't even connect to the internet.
And what do you mean by things?
For example, if I gave it, let's say we take K through 12 math, and we get all of the K through 12 math textbooks, 100 textbooks, and we put them in PDF format, and we train the model on the problems in those math books.
Right.
So now when you ask the large language model about anything related to K through 12 math, it's going to answer you from itself.
So
doesn't have to search anything.
Is a math problem a thing, or is a number a thing, or is the book a thing? Like, what's a thing?
Exactly. All that is a thing. So everything is broken down into to vectors and stored in vector databases, and then it's being pulled up based on, signatures.
So does it actually know the math, or it's just only knows the math that's in it? Can it solve problems?
It doesn't know anything. It doesn't know anything. It's just giving you patterns, combinations and patterns. It doesn't know anything.
I don't get it at all.
Well, I mean, it's gettable, and I think that if you look at it and you study it, you'll see the use for it in education.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a real great use in education because you don't need internet at all. So
Lou was trying
your own
designing AI, but I'm pretty sure he was lying.
Who's that?
My friend.
You say he's doing what?
He was trying to convince me that he's designing this AI model, but I think he was lying.
Yeah, you can do
He
that.
doesn't lie to me. That I don't think that he's a big time liar. I don't know why he was lying to me about this, but I'm pretty sure he was lying.
Why? It's not. You can train an AI model. Like, for example, I could take all of my content from the sector, and I could train an AI model just on sector content, and the AI model would know everything about the sector. Huh?
So it is possible he was telling the truth.
Yeah, most definitely.
Oh, I'm glad you told me that, because I can't wrap my mind around it, but I didn't think that he should know how to do that, and it didn't. I'm like, I haven't known him to lie to me, but I'm just like, why is this nigga lying?
Why you gotta be all that?
I'm glad I didn't confront him on it. You know what I mean? Because like I said, I've never known him to lie to me, but I'm just like, nigga, you don't know no goddamn.
We have an N-word counter over here, so you got a -2 already.
Oh, okay, I'll try.
But I mean, you should actually look into it, because it's with education, it could be dramatic. Just being able to have to build, you could have your own, like, you can fine tune a model based on what it is you want it to focus on.
Not interested.
So I use okay. I mean, but it's there. It's taking over everything already, and that's why, because companies are bringing them in house. The stuff that's being sold, like ChatGPT and all that, that's all just marketing, just selling you guys a product. But inside each company, you're going to see large language models.
I'm happy to hear that, because my takeaway is that he wasn't lying to me. Because I was just like, why would he do this of all things? Like,
interesting. So you should call him and apologize to him for thinking he was
know
lying.
I thought he was lying.
Yeah, you should still apologize.
Nah, he would be highly upset if he knew that you know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna take that to the grave. He wouldn't take kindly to that, which is the only reason I didn't confront him. You know what I mean? But like, in my mind, I'm just like, why this?
You're a math teacher too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, you can understand.
How do you know that?
How do I know what?
That I'm a math teacher.
How do you think I know it, Carrie?
Well, that Anti keeps saying she looked at my certificate. Has she put out a copy of my certificate?
Carrie, you told us that you have a math credential also.
Okay.
The only reason that I even like you a little bit is because you have a math credential.
Why lie? Why are you lying?
What do you mean?
That's not the only reason you like me.
That's the only reason. Math teachers. Math teachers. I protect math teachers. That's where my white knightism comes from. Well, why don't you teach math? Why are you teaching English? It's a waste of work.
Because
English is a waste of time.
I would rather teach English, but I'm better at teaching English. I mean, I'd rather teach math, but I'm better at teaching English, and it's harder to teach. And well, it's easier to teach. That's a lie. It's more fun to teach, and it's more essential. Like it's the reading that.
You said? Did you just say English is more essential than math?
Yes. Yeah.
Just want to give a moment of silence. That's all.
Go ahead. Like people aren't filling out a college because of math. They're filling out because of English.
Yeah, because they avoid math in college. They avoid majors that have math in them.
Well, not just that, but you have to be able to read. There's people that are okay at math
of course.
because they can't fucking read. So to me, it's
I mean, it's not an either or proposition. You can do both. I'm just saying math is definitely important.
Yeah, and I do teach both. So.
Oh, okay. I thought you just taught English.
But I teach English more often, and I mean, English might be easier to teach, but I'm like exceptionally good at teaching it. So there's that. And with math, I do get frustrated with the refusal to study. Like I hate the American attitude that like you're not good at math. It's like you have to study it. Like you're not good at football either. Like you have to practice. And while I can make some gains with that, like I'm just really good at teaching English, and teaching math is it's painful.
Yeah, math is taught badly a lot. Math is taught badly. And that's the problem. You know, people teach it like, and so people become turned off from it because they think that how it was taught to them is how it really is, and it's really not.
That's definitely the attitude I went in it with, and that's definitely the attitude I had about English. But I just feel like it's easier to get people to buy into English. It just is. So like when I'm teaching math, I might still be better than other math teachers, but I'm not as better as I am at English. Like with English, I can like run circles around people who are like, those kids are bad, and I'm like, give me 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like I got this shit. But with math, it's like, you know, it's just not. It's a harder sell. And
I see Coconut has a question about Myers-Briggs with personality assessments. Yeah, I think I did that a few times. Myers-Briggs. I'm something. I don't like those tests.
I hate that because everybody thinks they're an empath. I get so sick of people saying that shit.
I'm definitely an empath.
Right, exactly. I've never met one person who was like
I'm definitely an empath.
Everybody says that. INTJ. Yeah. Thank you. Every fucking person thinks that they're that. It just I hate that shit.
Oh, Coconut, you out here diagnosing?
Empath isn't part of it. No, but I mean, it's the thing that means that. So
you're talking about intuitive. You're talking about intuitive, yeah. I mean, but you know, people are intuitive. Some people aren't. Some people. The way I break it down is dictionarians and not dictionarians. Dictionarians are people who focus on the dictionary meaning of words to find, you know, as like it's some kind of spiritual thing.
I just think
versus people who feel out, you know, who learn by looking, you know, and
I think that people who think that the dictionary is a reliable source of definitions for words are just like uneducated. And I don't mean stupid. I mean like they literally just don't know what words are and how they work. Mm-hmm. If that makes sense.
You shooting shots at identity withheld. I heard that. This is not the place to shoot shots, Carrie.
One of them, yeah. Like you think that, they don't know any better. It's very difficult.
Well, I mean, it's nothing. I don't think there's anything wrong with the people. I just think that it depends on your relationship to words. I mean, most people
they just don't know what words are and how they work.
Well, I mean, after school, most people don't deal with words anymore.
Right.
They just deal with, you know, they don't really have an interest in language or anything.
That's all I'm saying. So I'm not saying they're stupid. They just don't. They think that they know what words are, and that's the thing. Yeah. It's like the Dunning-Kruger. I feel like I'm saying that wrong.
Dunning-Kruger effect? You talking about the Myers-Briggs?
No, I'm talking about the fact that people who
let me Google this real quick. Hold on.
The more intelligent people, the more educated people are, the more ignorant people are, the more likely they are to overestimate their knowledge. Dunning-Kruger. So it's not just people who don't know how words work. It's not just that they're uneducated. Because they look in the dictionary, they believe that they know, even though they don't. So it's really hard to have a conversation with them. Because it's not just that they don't know, but they think they do know and they don't know.
Well, I understand what you're saying. I understand.
Yeah, you can sit there and tell them, like, words have connotations, not just denotations, but they think you're like, they think that you're being like insincere. Like, that's not what it means. You know what I mean? Like, it's really hard to have a conversation with those people.
I find it opposite. Like, I find it easy to have conversations with those people, because if they can tell me clearly that, like, what it doesn't mean, they can tell me what they mean by the words that they use. So I'm usually listening for what individual people mean by what they're saying. I'm not. No, it's probably. I'm not listening to judge them for correctness. I'm just listening to, like, what are you trying to communicate to me?
What I'm saying is, it's definitely easier to understand what they're explaining, because what they're explaining is normally simple and not very nuanced. It's hard to get them to understand what you're saying.
What do you mean, not very nuanced?
So for example, let me try to think of an example. So for example, I might say that, like, I'm trying to think of a word that has a connotation. I'm sorry, it's not that easy to think this off the top of my head. So yeah, for example, if I said, that's a felonious. No, I'm just trying to think of a big word now. That's stupid. Give me a second to think of something.
We can come back to it later. It's okay.
Okay, thanks.
But the communication for me is like, I'm really just always listening for what, coming from like IT, right? If you are in a meeting, right, and you're in a meeting with vice presidents and the tech people, and you got the business side, the tech side, and everyone, and each company has its own culture, and they have their own language. And even though we're dealing with the same kind of technology, they call things different things. And so you have to be able to raise your hand and say, what does that mean?
No, but that's not what
I'm saying by that.
Right, but that's a different language confusion. Like,
no, I'm not saying that what I'm saying is what you're saying. I'm talking about what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, it's true that there is jargon that can be misunderstood, but normally people are willing to recognize that there's different jargons. I'm talking about.
It's not always easy to figure out, like, that the problem we're having is the fact that when you use this word, you mean this. And when we use this word, we mean that. So it takes a disposition that's like not combative, but more like just trying to feel out what people are meaning by what they're saying, and asking questions and figuring out what it is they're trying to communicate.
Yes, I agree, especially when you're just trying to figure out what they're saying. But when you're trying to express your thoughts and they get bogged down in the denotation of a word and won't be willing to understand that you're using the word a different way because the dictionary doesn't always have all of the connotations, that's when it can become difficult. And so, and this is like a pedestrian example, but if I'm like, he went totally postal, and they're like, well, that's not postal. Like, you're not delivering mail or whatever. And I'm like, well, no, like that can mean like a person has gotten, overreacted. And it's like, but it doesn't say that there. And it's like,
my father retired from the post office. What are you trying to say?
Exactly. And it's just like, dude, and it's like, yeah, it can be really hard to talk to somebody like that when they're not willing.
It reminds me that happened at the end of your conversation with Identity Withheld. that was at the end of it. You were talking about something, and he did the same thing. And
I had forgotten about that.
Hilarious.
Brought it up, but that was definitely. It's just like, dude, like, I'm not. And then you try to explain it to them, and they think you're being manipulative or you're being dishonest. And it's like, no, I'm telling you, I know that's not in the dictionary, but like, dude, like, I need you to. Dictionaries are not. They're not for what you're. That's not how they work. That's not what they do.
Did you know that in that conversation, that the first person to use the term "the wall" was you?
Yeah, but I think the word that in question was misogynist, by the way.
No, I'm not. That's that word. But I'm talking about the wall.
And the one that ended on was that. Yeah. So what?
And the thing was that when you said it the first time, I noted it. Like, okay, this is going to be something.
I was trying to talk to him in his language. Yeah.
Right. But then when he used it, you became offended by it.
I'm not sure if I agree with that interpretation.
This is my interpretation, and so it's interesting. But the whole conversation was like a case study on like misunderstanding the cues that a person is giving when they're talking. Like he missed every single cue that what he was saying was offensive.
Well, yeah, and I just want to be clear. I'm not offended that he used the word "the wall." I was offended that the way he was using it. Like I know that I hit the wall.
Well,
so it's not like I was offended that he used the word I used.
So you think the wall is a thing?
I mean, it's a thing because people believe it to be a thing. Like, I think the only question is whether or not it has the value that people ascribe to it. But like, yeah, I'm past the age of fertility. That's what the wall means, huh?
Yeah,
so how can it not be a thing? It is a thing.
I mean, okay.
The question is whether or not it reduces my worthiness, like as a person. But
isn't that what it means? Isn't if you believe it's a thing, that means you believe it reduces your worthiness as a person.
No, it doesn't. You're telling me what I think, and that's not true.
Yeah,
I don't.
No, I'm attempting to communicate. I'm not telling you what you think.
Offended by words, it's not true. So yeah, the fact that I accept the fact that the wall exists doesn't mean that I accept that it reduces my value as a person. Like,
but isn't that what the wall means? That your value as a person is reduced past a certain age? Isn't that what it means?
No, the wall itself is just when you lose fertility.
You sure there's not a value part of that also?
I mean, I don't know how many times I can answer it. Yeah.
What do you mean?
I say it
seems like
wall is
seems like to accept the existence of the thing is to accept what it means also, right?
Right, and I've told you what I think it means.
I mean, okay.
So, and I'll give you, maybe if this will help you understand, like there's feminists who don't believe that virginity exists, right? They find it to be an offensive concept, right? Because by saying virginity, you're saying that by having had sex, you've lost value. And so they won't use the word. I don't agree with that. Like virginity means virginity. Whether or not you ascribe worthiness to it or value is a separate conversation for me. It's not that I don't understand what you're saying. I just personally choose not to be offended by words. And so
what am I saying? I'm like, wasn't aware I said anything.
I'm trying to, okay, I thought it was obvious. I'm saying that like, you're saying that by me saying the wall, it means that I ascribe a loss of value. The same way I'm trying to make I think pretty clear analogy between the way some feminists make the same argument about the word virginity. I understand that you would fall on that side of the spectrum where you believe these words imply the values that have traditionally been ascribed with them. And I'm saying I understand that you could see the words that way, but for me, I choose not to be offended by words. And so I don't think that virginity in and of itself.
I don't know what virginity has to do with what we're talking about, though.
I think it's really. Is that not obvious to you? Like I'm talking.
It's not. It's not.
In a woman's sexual health, the beginning of when she starts having sex, and the time from which she can no longer have children. Like I don't.
Yeah, but why? But why stray away from what we're talking about? We're not talking about that.
I thought I was using a similar example to help illustrate my point. I
don't think so.
Successful, so my bad.
What's all this formal talk? You do a lot of formal side talking in your talking.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that.
It's like you are simultaneously inside the conversation and outside judging the conversation at the same time.
What does that have to do with formality?
What does it have to do with formality?
Is formal the inside or the outside part?
Is the formality question, is that really relevant to what I'm saying? Is that the most important part of what I said?
What you're saying.
Don't get hung up on words. I'm just saying, it's a difference between like if I'm talking to you, right? I'm just talking to you. I'm not judging you as I'm talking to you.
Me neither, yeah.
There's a lot of judgment while you're talking.
I don't know what you mean by formality.
You should really just forget about the word formality.
Okay, I don't understand what you're saying. I'm
listening.
Saying that. Is it clear? Like so far, I have no idea what you're saying. I'm doing.
Okay, if you don't understand, you understand.
Okay.
I'll make you a video.
Okay.
It'll be clear. And Coconut said that's the challenge of communicating. Yeah, it is a challenge to communicate, and it's well known. You're just trying to figure out each other's meanings, each other's intentions, and I think it's not assisted by an audience at the same time. It depends on what you're trying to do. Like in those meetings, to raise your hand and say, I don't know what you mean when you say that. In a technical meeting, people are scared to say that. But then when you get the answer, you find out that nobody knew what the hell they meant. That was the source of the confusion.
Now I didn't know what you meant about inside and outside or formal. So I guess I'll wait for the video. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, wait. I'll make you a video.
You want to tell me now? I'll listen. But I have no idea what any of that meant.
I would need to play back unless you hear what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like it's like the asides.
What I did.
You have a tendency to use asides while you're talking, and the asides can be taken offensively by people.
You mean the thing I did with virginity? Is that what you're calling an aside?
No. An aside is like if I'm saying, like if we, for example, if I explain something, I ask you a question, you say, well, I thought I made that very clear. And then you go into your answer. That I thought I made that very clear is an aside. It's also a jab at the same time, as opposed to just answering the question. You know what I'm saying? Of course, the person asking the question, it's not clear to them. That's why they're asking. But when you add in those other side points, that's how people get offended.
Yeah, I did. To me, the similarity between menopause and virginity seemed like I was like a little surprised.
Menopause?
Yes, the wall.
So you call the wall menopause?
I mean, they're related.
Oh, okay.
They may not be the same moment, but that's essentially what it's about. Just like virginity and like the start of a menstrual cycle are related. They're not exactly the same point, but that's like roughly biologically what we're talking about, whether or not a woman can bear children, whether or not she's fit to be a wife or a mother are related. Okay, so does that help? Does that make it more clear what I meant?
What's that?
Maybe that's the part I thought was obvious.
See that? You thought what was obvious?
The similarity between, and I understand what you're saying about, I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm saying,
I'm not offended. I'm just making an observation.
Right. I'm not saying you are offended. I understand that. I don't think
I'm not saying that you're saying I'm offended.
Right. I'm just the whole it's more like I'm like, how is that? It's more like to me the link in my mind is so crystal clear, so clearly whatever it is I thought I said. I
think for all of us it's like that. Inside of our mind it's clear what we have, but then the challenge is getting it across to other people.
No, there's sometimes when I'm explaining something and I know I'm doing a bad job, or I know that I'm struggling to like express myself. To me, in my mind, the link between virginity and the wall is kind of obvious, right? So I'm not saying it should.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure. I mean, because you understand how unique your mind is to you. It's your mind.
It's not about how unique my mind is. It's about the fact that like I just
That's
said,
interesting.
Sometimes I'm aware of the fact that I'm not being clear, and sometimes I imagine that I have been super duper clear, and it was surprising to me. Like I don't.
So the judgment that you're doing, you're judging yourself all the time.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
So you judge yourself a lot, right?
Huh?
So you're judging yourself like that? That you're that critical of yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Why?
Like what? I thought I just broke that shit down. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
Why don't you give yourself some grace?
I mean, sometimes I do that too, but like sometimes I'm shocked by my own ineptitude. Like, why do I have to keep explaining my psychology as I'm talking to you? Like, like, can I just like express my thoughts without the whole like, why don't you do this and why don't you do that? I mean, either way, like I can't speak. So thanks for keeping me company.
Interesting.
Yeah, thank you for getting that. I was saying like, what? Like I really just thought I was like, so it's like, you know how feminists be like virginity, you know what I'm saying?
Feminists.
Yeah, I thought I just like fucking slam dunk that shit. Like, damn, you know how they be like, feminism is an abstract, it's a judgy concept, so we shouldn't use that word. And it's like, but when I use that word, everybody knows what the fuck I mean. It's a great word. Like, I'm gonna use that word
You ever have these conversations like in person?
all the time.
What's the longest conversation you ever had?
I don't know how to answer that.
Yes, you do.
I mean, I guess I've been talking to my dad like for my whole life. Like, that's the longest conversation I've had is definitely with my father, and it's been going on for years and years and years.
No, I'm talking about in one sitting. How long have you had a conversation in one sitting? Meaning the beginning is when you meet in that physical place, and the end is when you stop and you leave.
I mean, probably like, I don't know which one would be the longest, but probably like the first time I've had sex with like all my boyfriends. Do you know what I mean? Like that talking all night and fucking and still talking and stuff.
Yeah, that's not what I mean. No, put your booty away. I'm talking about conversation. Nobody parts out kind of conversation.
Nobody does what?
Nobody parts out conversation.
What's mean?
What?
Nobody part. Oh, body parts. Sorry.
Yeah. No booties, no breastises, just like a conversation. Like if you say you in a
but my
social event,
have been naked.
Have been what?
Naked.
I don't think that counts.
Why not?
So how long was your longest conversation naked?
A couple of days, I guess.
You talked for 2 days?
And fucked.
Get out of here. The communist who talks about capitalism and the celibate lady who talks about sex all the time.
Why wouldn't a communist talk about capitalism?
You do. I mean, you have a capitalist value system. You know, that's what I'm saying. That reminds me of
I have a capitalist value system. Okay.
Yeah, you do. I was trying to hook you up before with what's her name, Della Creme. You know what I'm talking about? Della Creme, Della something like that.
Oh, the
Remember
one
the lady
fucking Umar in Japan.
Yeah. I share her videos every now and then. She's in Korea now. She was in China actually with Umar, and now she's in Korea. And you guys should talk.
Why?
Because she lives in the communist place, and I think you guys share a lot of the same value system. You might like her.
Okay.
Except she's on the Korean time zone though. That's the only thing.
Korea's not communist.
No, it's not. She was in China before that.
Oh, okay.
Korea. The Umar thing was all in China.
I thought it was in Japan.
No.
I could
It
have
was all in
sworn it
China.
was in Japan.
It was in China.
Really?
Yes. He was in Japan he was in Japan in the bath before he left for China. But the group brought him to China. And so that whole thing was in China, and she was over there teaching, I think.
Okay, got you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's what she was doing over there.
Yeah, there's so many teaching jobs overseas.
I know, yeah.
There's always DOD teaching jobs available for English and math.
Well, I don't know that China needs us teaching them math.
I'm talking about China. There's no DOD jobs in China. DOD would be Korea, Japan. There's no DOD stuff in China.
Do you mean Department of Defense?
Yeah. There's no DOD schools.
Teaching them math. The Japanese would let us teach them math.
What do you mean? The DOD jobs are you're teaching American kids of military kids, American kids of military families. So they have schools overseas, and you would be teaching in those schools.
Gotcha.
And also colleges. University of Maryland, University College has a campus in Japan and Korea. Central Texas College used to have a campus in Japan and Korea. So there's always jobs out there teaching.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm past that age where I would do that.
when you would travel? You never want to leave the country?
No, I leave the country every year. I mean, to teach overseas.
You leave the country every year?
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
The last place.
What's your favorite place?
Huh?
So what's your favorite
Jamaica.
place you've been to?
Yeah, I go to Jamaica every year. I know that barely counts, but I fucking love Jamaica.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, right? But I mean, I go every year, so there's that.
You don't want to go visit like Hong Kong or Tokyo or Singapore, Australia?
So I have a good friend that lives in China. I keep saying I'm gonna go visit him. If I go over there, I want to stay with like a friend. So like, will I go to China eventually? You know, he just moved back a couple of years ago, so I'll definitely go visit him soon. But
Are you afraid to travel internationally?
A little bit.
What are you afraid of?
Loneliness.
Oh yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
You just got to travel with somebody else. Bring somebody with you.
Yeah, nobody wants to go. It's hard. That's the thing. It's like, you know, my only friend that travels as much as I do, well, travels more than me, is for trips like that, she goes with her husband. So I don't have any single girlfriends that travel that much. I had joined this one travel group a while ago, and I didn't really like it. So yeah, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out what to do about all that, to tell you the truth.
And you wouldn't be lonely for long if you go overseas to one of the DoD schools. You wouldn't be lonely for long.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna work for that type of money.
Why not? What's wrong with that kind of money?
Well, I would be losing money. I can't afford to work for that type of money.
Oh, okay. I get that.
Now, I have thought about being an expat. I have a fantasy about being an expat, but I don't know if I would do it.
Yeah? Well, you want to go to Ghana?
No.
Get robbed?
Dude, I'm like, the lack of interest I have in Africa is really fucked up. Nah.
I tell them all the time, like, my people were delivered from there. I'm not going back. I'm good.
I be thinking like Vietnam or some shit like that. Some, like,
I did that already.
Yeah.
I did that already. I'm straight. I see why we were delivered. I'm happy.
Yeah, I be quiet. I don't want to say too much, but yeah, I'm good.
I don't want to take a bath in a bucket.
Notice I haven't said anything. I just said I'm not going over there.
But North Africa is interesting. Go
Yeah,
like to Dubai or Bahrain or Jabal. Those places. It's interesting places over there, and you know, there's a lot of stuff to see.
Yeah.
But it's almost like when you get there to North Africa, it's like biblical. Like if you, it's like a punishment.
I've heard nothing but bad things. I mean, respectfully.
No, I mean, I don't mean that the people were nice and everything. I'm just talking about the land.
Yeah.
The land was just, I mean, like the sandstorms are real. I thought it was just from cartoons. Like a sandstorm is really a thing, you know, and the nothing grows. And so everything that's grown there is all supported, you know, artificially, like Southern California, I guess. And it's interesting. And the women covered in all black, and you still can't look at them even though they're covered in burqas. You still can't look. It's
really?
It's crazy. Yeah.
Well, you know, I like that. That part I love.
What, the burqas? You want to wear a burqa?
People not being able to look at me. I would love that part.
You know, the one of the things that you wouldn't expect though is that because they can't show their bodies, they put their focus on their shoes, so they have like a nice shoes. And that's their.
No, yeah, I know that. I've taught so many.
That's the full extent.
Yeah,
that's the full extent of their their. And the thing is, the men react to them the same way.
Well, I mean, at least the hijabis I've met here, like through teaching, they're extremely stylish. Like they like they take their little they really are into like their their little makeup and tying their little whatever the what's it called, the I used to know these words, but like even like the little colors and even like the little trim on it, like there's an elegance a lot of them have. Like I was surprised to find out how much into like their appearances they are, even when they're fully covered. Yeah. And like the way they groom their face, even like their little eyebrows, and they can't. Some of them can't paint their nails, but they still find a lot of little ways to be like really feminine. Yeah, they're still women, exactly.
Yeah, still women, I guess.
Yeah, and they're catty with each other. Some of them, like they know who has the nicer hijabs and all that stuff. Like they're just as they can be just as snooty about their fashion as anybody else from the Western culture.
Let me ask you about Jamaica.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the amount of poverty in Jamaica?
I feel that I'm disgusted by the poverty everywhere I travel. There's a book by Jamaica Kincaid.
Did you just relate? Is she from Jamaica?
No, she's from
Are you a large language model? Are you a GPT?
Right, no. She's from it starts with an A.
Angola, Africa.
No, she's from the Caribbean. Antigua. She's from Antigua. And she wrote a book called A Small Place about American tourists and how they behave in when they're abroad. Well, I think actually she was mostly talking about Europeans. But like, whenever I travel, I try to spend as much money as I possibly can with the locals. Like I tip, I over tip. I feel very uncomfortable with that disparity. So I still like to travel, but I'll just be like thrusting money in people's hands. Like, please take my money. Please take it. And it's some places like I know when my mom, I've never gone to the Bahamas because my mom went, and she's not as leftist as my dad and I are, but she was like she couldn't enjoy her vacation. Like the poverty was so, it's hard to be like, it's disgusting to be like and enjoying all that luxury in the face of all that poverty. So yeah, I'll just be like trying to open up and say, yeah. What about you?
You ever travel to any first world countries?
Yeah, London, France. I mean,
you been to England? Really?
Yeah, I used to go all the time. Yeah, I used to go there every year. Yeah,
that's where I want to go. I want to go to England. I want to go to France, actually.
Well, I was
even family in France.
To France, right? But they're getting a little fashy. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
You know that all of the I think France had like 20. How many colonies? 21 or something in Africa, and I think like 16 of them. All the coups happening in Africa are former French colonies. So Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, all former French colonies. They all have these.
Their government is going to the right now. Yeah.
There's something about France and France's rule, where all these countries that were under French rule, they all are having coups, like back to back to back, from 2022 to now.
I had
it's been how many?
To France, yeah.
They're all French speaking, and their currency is all based on France controls their currency today still.
So what happened to like the former British and Dutch colonies?
That's where the crooks are. That's where the Nigerians are in the Nigeria, Ghana, the places where were previously
had a revolution, didn't they? Yeah.
I mean, they pretty much. There was never any real coups in England's history like they are in France. France is like I think it's something about their language or something about their education. They got revolution built into their like culture. So even when their culture is spread other places, they end up having revolutions.
I think that, and I don't know if this is true, but I do remember being told in a commie meeting one time, we were talking about that, and somebody had pointed out that, because I mean, the British are extremely brutal or whatever, but I think that it was like, because the French don't attempt to assimilate with people, like after the Angolan War, they had all those Muslims in France, but France just gave them welfare and left them in the ghetto, which is why they have all those radical Muslims now. So I think it's actually like the British go around like trying to make their people kind of like British too, or like really try to indoctrinate people into British culture, whereas France just colonizes and like doesn't mix. And so they end up having people who are under French rule who don't identify with French culture at all, and they can't get like French jobs. Like the French are not looking to integrate with these people. So I think that might have something to do with it. At least that's what somebody who sounded smart told me one time, but I don't know.
Somebody who sounded smart. That's a good name for a channel, YouTube channel. Somebody who sounded smart. Coconut. So we still have 11 individuals. I've been live on StreamYard in forever. Have I ever? I think I've never been live on StreamYard before.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is my first time at your live. I don't know why you think I've been here before.
I don't know, I was just talking shit.
Okay, yeah, I usually if I'm in a live, I'm in the chat. I'm talkative.
But my boring shows, all my shows have been just technical. Every single show was different technically. I'm playing with something, some tool. Like I did that one, I was live for 3 weeks once, straight. On my TZP channel. Huh?
And I don't know, I assumed you would be preachy like TMK. When I came in today, you were being preachy. I just assumed that's what you should do
preachy.
this, you should do that.
Preachy. I think I think we got a responsibility to be preachy actually, but it's a matter of reading the room. And when you by yourself, of course, I think it automatically you turn preachy. You're very preachy yourself. And but when you're talking to somebody else, it becomes about the conversation, not about what you want to say. The thing about me and TMK is that
yeah, that's fair, huh?
Me and TMK is funny because me and TMK, we never actually got along. And the funny part about it was that when Star and Binary made us into the same person, they made us together in a way. But we were never on the same page in anything. I used to argue with him in his chat.
I can barely tell y'all apart from each other, except he's always talking stupid Buddhist shit.
Yeah, there you go. I used to argue with him in his chat about the anti-black shit that I didn't like, right? And it's more like a not anti-black, but more like a lack of optimism or something, or maybe it was the preachiness, but it was something about the attitude towards black people. I don't mind the self-righteousness part.
Yeah, because
I think when you get to a certain age, you're supposed to be, and you're supposed to share what it is that you think, not just sit back and try to blend in with people. That's something you do when you're young. And you come to a certain point in your life where you know some things for sure. And so there's no question about certain things. And if you're in your own space and you're talking, that's what you're gonna express that. And so that's the interesting thing about people talking to me is what they have to share. I don't really want to hear generic shit from people. But I'd rather hear them talk about their own experience. Like when you went to if you went to Algeria, and we talking about Algeria, I don't want to hear what the dictionary says about Algeria. I want to hear what you experienced when you were in Algeria. That's interesting.
But isn't self-righteous blather from older people all pretty generic?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because it depends on what you're listening for. Like the way I listen is I get something from people communicating in their own space, and it doesn't mean that. That's the reason why I don't hit panels. Is that I don't want to mess up what it is that they're doing. I don't want to impact it in any way. I want to hear what the person has to express. Because everybody's meanings are different. Huh?
Well, then what's the point of going live if you don't want to interact with people?
Well, see, that's not what I said.
I thought you said that you don't hit panels because you don't want to interact or change the show. You just want to listen.
Right. So hitting panels implies that I'm talking about somebody else's show, right? I don't call my own show hidden panels. What would be the
point of them going live if they didn't want to interact with you?
No, I'm not. I don't know what anybody else's point is. I'm talking about me. And so for me, when I want to hear what people think, so I listen to them talk. And so I don't think about what they're saying as being self-righteous. It's more like they're speaking from that dominant place in their self that's going to come across that way.
But people
You
can
know?
talk uninterrupted without being self-righteous. I don't understand this. You keep saying it like because you're talking, you have to be self-righteous or something. Like,
No,
no,
that's not what I said either.
but it's
I
like
didn't
I'm
say that.
talking about being self-righteous, and you're talking about not interrupting people. I don't see the connection.
You know, because if first of all, how you characterize it is not what I said. You understand what I'm saying?
No, because I don't understand what interrupting people has to do with self-righteousness.
I think you're looking for the relations between fragments of what I'm saying before I've even made my point.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And so if you listen to the fragments and you're pulling out the individual verses like this is the Bible, as opposed to like listening to what the person's trying to communicate, you might often be confused about what they're trying to say.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that if a person is going to sit and talk about what they believe and what they think, it's going to come across as self-righteous. Because what else would it be? You know,
It could be. Oh,
It
were
could
you
be-
asking? I don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question too. It's rhetorical and it's a question.
Okay.
I mean, what could it? Do you think that you don't come across as self-righteous on your show?
Yeah, but not as much as you.
What do you mean?
More self-righteous. I think you and TMK are, and Drama was self-righteous too. I think the three of you are like extremely self-righteous.
What does that mean?
It means
To you?
that like the things that you've discovered that you're sharing sometimes are like extremely obvious, and you're saying them as if you've discovered something that everybody doesn't already know. And it's just weird that you think that they're that insightful when they're like so obvious, right? And that's
makes you?
not self-righteous.
So that's what self-righteous means to you?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I mean when I'm saying it in this context. And
So my observations about you believe that when I express my observation that I believe that it's something new and fantastic because I expressed it. Did I say? Did I say? Did I? I mean, let me finish what I'm saying. Did I say? Did I give a preamble that said, "Hey, listen to this new and fantastic thing I have to tell you"? Did I give it a preamble, or are you putting that on it?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you've certainly never said that, but it's like your name. Here's what I guess makes it sound self-righteous. You're naming things that you also do that are negative, but you're not saying it with the spirit that like it's something we all need to work on. You're saying it like, and that's why I was
work on
sarcastic
like
in your chat. Like, yeah, you did that to me. Like, yeah, you did that.
Yeah, but I did what to you? I did what to you though?
I put it in your chat.
Yeah, and what you put in my chat wasn't true.
So you didn't tell me that nobody will want to look at me as not a prayer. When I was talking, when you got mad and you weren't in Photon's chat telling me that somebody looked like, I didn't ask you whether or not anybody would think I'm beautiful, but you were angry. So you started telling me that looking at me in the window is not a treat for anybody. I'm 50 years old. You didn't do that?
Pull it up.
Why?
Yeah.
Are you denying that you said that?
No, I'm just wondering, like, why would you be carrying that around with you? What was the context?
I wasn't.
there?
I was just listening to you talk about how other people do that, like you don't do it.
What did I said other people do what? What did I say other people do?
Other people, when they're attacking how people look, that they're attacking something about them, that they're really talking about themselves. And I was like, yeah, this one dude did that to me. Right, exactly. He was mad, and I know that he probably feels like he doesn't look good naked. Exactly. And that's what I mean by self-righteous.
No, I think when you were early part of the show, I watched you. I think you're listening for chances to say what it is you want to say, and you're trying to make these entry points, like to be able to get your shit off. But
I mean, you're welcome to think that. That's not true, but it doesn't really.
Of course, I'm welcome to think whatever I want to think. But I'm just saying.
The point I just made.
I mean, it goes without saying. It goes without saying that I can think what I want to think. But I'm saying that you're looking for ways to say what you want to say.
That's not even
remember
relevant.
Remember that the basis of all of that, the basis of everything was that you lied about what I said to you.
So what did you say about my naked body?
What did I say about your show about the Bible, right?
Why can't we stick to this topic? Why are you
No,
deflecting?
no, no. Your show about the Bible, right?
What did you say about my
When you
neighbor?
added these things that I said.
Why are you deflecting?
Deflecting from
Why
what?
can't we talk about the Bible after we get done with this part? I want to talk about this part.
What?
You're saying that you didn't tell me that it wouldn't be a prize to look at my naked body because I'm almost 50 years old. What did you actually say? What will you own
I
up to?
probably did say that.
Huh?
I probably did say that.
Oh,
That's
so
funny.
you are admitting you said it. Right. Okay. All
And
right.
what was the context?
So
What was the
I didn't
context?
make it up. I wasn't lying when I said that in your
No,
chat.
no, no. I'm talking about what I'm talking about. You lied about was the thing that you were saying on your show. First of all, you said that I said something about you can't use the Bible, and another thing you said was I said something about poor people. What was it? I have all the clips.
Can I ask before
So-
you move on, what did you say about me and people who aren't Christians reading the Bible? What did you say?
What did I say? You tell me. What did I say?
I have told you what you said.
And you said I said what? Say it again.
You said that because I'm not a believer, I shouldn't be discussing the Bible.
Is that what I said?
If I didn't, what word am I getting wrong?
What do you mean?
What did you actually say?
You want to know my actual view about the Bible is that
Know what you actually said? Because you're
no,
saying-
no, actually,
saying that you didn't say that. I'm trying to
no.
figure out, are you changing one little word? Like, did you say something that was substantially different? Like, you
Pause.
said something about it.
Pause.
So say.
But you know where we are, right? Pause. I can say it how I want to say it. I got all the room I need to say how I want to say it. I've never told people what they can do with the Bible. If I made a comment about religion, it's like, why are you going at? If you don't believe in Christianity, for example, why would you constantly attack people who do? Like if you are atheist and you believe in that, why don't you spend your time doing that as opposed to going at the other side? It's like if I'm a Christian and my whole show is about saying how stupid atheists are, what's the point in that? And with you invoked me in that. I don't know how I got in that. Along with Rev G, I understand your dispute with Rev G, but I'm like, how did I get in the dispute with her and Rev G about the Bible? And you're spreading untruths about me in that regard. Now, I don't care who hears it because I know anyone who knows me in the sector knows that that's bullshit. That I don't engage in religious in arguments and conversations, and you've never seen me in one of these debates about Christianity and atheism. I don't need to debate what I know for sure. And so that whole idea was bullshit, and everybody knows it's bullshit. And if you had the receipts for that, you would pull them up and show it. But like most things that are levied against me, it's just some verbal accusation, and that's it. No receipt. I'm not arguing with people about the Bible. I never argue with people about the Bible. I do think, though, that you shouldn't spend your time trying to attack what other people hold to be dear. Right? If you don't like it, don't like it. And I don't mind it because there's been a million atheist conversations in the sector since I've been here the last 5 years. And I wasn't in a single one of those conversations. And I'm still cool with the people who think whatever it is that they think. But when you invoke a person in that conversation, it becomes a different thing, you know. I'm like, how did I get involved in this? And you did it for like 2 or 3 shows in a row where you kept mentioning my name. Like, what do I have to do with that? Based on what?
Are you done?
Yeah, go.
So back to my original question. What did you say about, are you proposing that I started doing shows about the Bible and I just brought your name up out the clear blue sky, or are you going to answer my question about what?
Yes. Let me tell you what happened.
Oh, because I know I felt like I had let you speak uninterrupted.
No. Okay, I have the video. Look, listen, I have the videos. And so what happened was, you guys were talking on Photon's show.
All I've done is ask you over and over and over again, what did you say? So
yeah, I'm in the middle of saying it now. So you guys were talking on Photon's show about what was it? TC was there, and it was about, I forget what the topic was. I made a comment that supported something that think TC has said it was nothing against you that supported it. You were angry about me making that point because the point was against the point that you made, I guess. And then from that point forward, you kept on mentioning me in your rants about Christianity, about everything. Now I can go back and find the show because I have the show and I have the chat, and we can look at what it says. But this whole, the only reason I ended up in that whole conversation was because of what happened on that panel. I think it was TC and was it Al? I have to look at my
I don't know. I'm just asking you what you said.
my streamable.
A lot of
Listen,
stuff.
I don't walk around. I don't keep a backpack full of things I want to say to people with me with exact quotes of everything that I said. I don't do that.
Okay, because you were the one that was just mentioning how you had all the tapes and you knew. So
I do have all the tape. I have all of the tapes.
Okay.
I don't have them memorized.
Is
Is my
about
point.
me invoking your name in this 3 different times.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like when
thought you
people
might
lie on me. I don't like people to lie about what I said.
Well, like
It's
I said,
unnecessary.
I've asked several times what you said. I'm willing to listen. I don't know what else to tell you.
I know what I didn't say. So I didn't say that you can't use the Bible. I didn't say that poor. What was the thing about poor people? Something about poor people. And I'm like, well, I'm not even involved in any of that. And I know that it was all retribution for something that happened on Photon's show. And again, I'll make you a video to show you what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I can pull it up.
Yeah, short of that, I don't really know what the point of saying the same things over and over again are. So yeah, I'll look at it what you have. I
There you
don't
go.
think I'm lying on you, but we'll see.
You definitely were lying. we know that for sure.
What's the point of repeating something over and over? But if it makes you comfortable, if you feel comforted by that,
Do you recognize you just repeated that?
huh?
Why'd you just repeated the same thing twice yourself?
Because you did, yeah.
Oh, so you understand why repeating is sometimes necessary.
Well, yeah, I'm just gonna start doing it when you repeat. I'm gonna repeat at you, yeah.
Okay, there you go. Well, it's been nice having you, Carrie.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate you hitting the link.
All right,
Have a
peace.
good night. Go to sleep. Bye-bye. Man, where is that video? I just moved everything around to the A drive. Nah, you didn't miss nothing. I have 11 terabytes of space now. Even though I deleted sector content, I still got 1.3 terabytes of sector content. That is crazy. And I was throwing all of the sector content in the garbage, and I thought about I could train a model on sector content. So we can have sector GPT. You can ask it anything. This conversation we just had about her lying, we can ask sector GPT. What did he say? Sector GPT will spit it out. The future of online stuff is already terrible. That whenever I hear that AI voice and content, I click off. I can't stand AI voices. I know it's not a person. It gets on my nerves. It's like half the YouTube shorts are all AI generated. I mean, completely generated. It's not even a human in the loop. They created the whole video and made the voices and the subtitles, and subtitles are wrong. My AI subtitles was wrong on my last video too. And it's all just on autopilot. They're having the thing make their own videos, and they're getting a ton of views, and so they're going to keep on doing it. But you lose something. It's not our voice that makes us human. You know, it's not just about sounding like it's real. The voices at 11 Labs sound completely real. There's no way you could really tell they weren't real unless you let the AI generate what they're going to say also. If you write out what the person says and you do it with respect to how the voice sounds, there's no way anybody could tell it's AI. But they're not even writing the scripts that the AI is saying. They're just letting the AI actually think about write what it's going to say and then voice it. And it just comes across as soulless. They're gonna make it illegal eventually, I think. because YouTube is going to lose its value if everything is not human. And that's the reason for the vertical movement in YouTube before. They're trying to get real people to show themselves making videos. But that vertical thing is gone. I don't even see that many vertical videos anymore. I think it's something to do with the reason the chat is hard to interact with the chat on a vertical. The way it's laid out. If you bring the chat up in the vertical, then the screen becomes really tiny, so you can't even see what's on the screen. Yep. The soul animates the voice. Someone, how long he'll let those channels monitor. I think that YouTube is behind those channels. Some of those channels. You know, it's their ultimate goal. YouTube's ultimate goal is for everyone to be unmonetized. That's how they make their money. These unmonetized channels that keep people watching and clicking, like our sector, they love that. That's why they let everything fly. Because it contributes to their numbers, you know, and those numbers are what they use to set the value of their advertising, the cost of their advertising. And more people watching, there's more money they can make. And if they don't have to share any of the money, then it's even better for them. That's why they allow Cash App. You guys are making money and doing views, and we get the benefit of the views, and you get the money through Cash App. It's all good. Versus if they receive the money through Super Chat, they got to account for it and all this other stuff. It has costs associated with it for them. You know, you don't have access to your customer list. Like you got 50,000 subs, but you don't know who they are. So they're really YouTube subscribers. They're not yours. So some of the bigger channels, the smarter channels, I should say, they start to, start their Patreons and other services that allow them to collect their email addresses and collect their other people. Usually it's collect their Instagrams, but it gives them a way to communicate with that audience directly. Tasha K kind of led the way in a lot of that. Tasha K and Tanya TKO, they were kind of like the leaders in like self-monetization. Tanya TKO, she's been on this thing for the whole time. I remember her from years and years ago. And she's the only person I knew you can actually send Bitcoin to. She has so many monetization schemes, it was crazy, more than anybody else. And to the point where she monetized her notifications. So people pay $5 a month to get her notifications to this day. She has so many different monetization schemes. And I think Tasha K was the one that was doing, she was doing her own commercials first, and then eventually made her own app. That making your own app now is simple. They got the app service you can take your site offline. You just got to have the content to keep the people interested. That's a grind though. Especially if you don't know what's going to happen. If you're on YouTube and you rely on it for your money and you don't know when they're going to take it away, or what can happen with you. Somebody can give you a fake copyright strike and stop your money. Like the Pop the Balloon stuff that just went on. Pop the Balloon went ahead and took everybody's monetization that ever made a Pop the Balloon video. Took it from every single person, and they created a bunch of enemies in the process. But they were really aimed at the Manosphere people. And people started to review the other Pop the Balloon series instead of the Arlette one. There's a bunch of I think there's like 12 or 13 different Pop the Balloon series. The one with Arlette is the only Christian one. The rest of them are like the street versions of it. And they slipped in that Christian thing really, really smoothly on Arlette's. But the Netflix, that's horrible. It's like this whole. I really was interested to see like how are they going to maintain that Christian thing on Netflix when Netflix is demonic? Netflix content is dark. And I was saying that when they first announced the deal, it's going to be interesting to watch if they can maintain their ethic, you know, on that platform. And I don't think they can. But they're going, you know, they're getting paid for it. So it's like, you know, you're trading this for that. Netflix is trying to cut into YouTube's business because Netflix, nobody watches Netflix. And for the dictionarians, don't look up the word nobody and say, well, somebody watched it because I watched it. Nah, you know what I'm saying? If I look at my own Netflix subscription, I mean, compared to YouTube, it used to be the other way around. I watched a lot of Netflix and a little bit of YouTube. Now I got YouTube playing on one of these devices all the time. Outside of the sector. You got shows like Divorce Court now. They're live streaming the taping of their show. So the show has got a TV contract, TV rights and everything, and playing on TV, but they're showing a live stream of the taping and interacting with the chat, using StreamYard, the whole nine. I think that's the future of TV. I think they're all going to be that way, interactive. It's kind of a mistake because the chat is brutal, but it's going to be interesting to see how they start to do the monetization. Like I think you're going to start to see people's Cash App or whatever their financial service is on their screen, you know, or maybe they'll use their own financial system for their shows to be able to send the contestants money, pay for some of the production costs. I think some of those TV deals they have like exclusive right that those shows are sold to someone, and they can have a YouTube channel, but they can't monetize them. I wonder why they didn't have you know, they probably make more money from the old content. You know, I hate the old content. Everyone's waiting on that one judge to come back. That's actually where I started out in YouTube in terms of live streaming, was a Divorce Court. Same people over there too that was there 5 years ago. It's only like 6 or 7 people, consistent people, then the rest of them come and go. But since they've been doing their live show, it's been a lot more people watching with that terrible judge. Those court TV shows got crowded out because we all now watch, and I don't mean all of us. A lot of the law people watch real court now. So we watch Judge Simpson and we watch the actual, you know, Judge Middleton. We got actual court to look at, not just these fake cases, produced cases. Yeah. I don't know if YouTube will ever die, but I think it'll, you know, we already know that the next generation has already kind of abandoned YouTube, but we're starting to see some people come back, and we're starting to see celebrities come this way, but TikTok and the shorter form places are, you know, that's where the popularity is. I remember I put my first TikTok video up. I got a bunch of views right away, and I wondered if they were real. I mean, that would be a good strategy. Just make people feel like the thing is being seen. Just give you a bunch of rules. I mean, all they have to do is just change these little numbers. That little number that says that 14 people are here could easily say 1,400. You know, I could actually open up the source page for this and make it say 1,400 right now. At least on my end. I think YouTube will definitely outlive us. You see Kevin Samuels, right? Kevin Samuels is going live right now. He dead. That's the thing. That's the man. We're at the point now where every content creator you know now, they'll be here doing this thing until they die. And then they'll be dead and their content will still be up. Schrodinger's cat on the law side. dead. Content still up. Still putting stuff up there because it makes money for the family, and so they keep it going. What's that comic? There's a comic dude, comic something, dead. He had a super popular comics channel, still up. You know, still putting out new content. They just pass it on to someone else. I even tried I sent an email at least to talk about, I wanted to buy the Kevin Samuels channel after he died. See if the people that were in control of it had any idea what it was. And that's what it's going to be. It's going to be a bunch of dead people with channels and videos still up. The Myers effect. That if any channel should be down, it's that one. Because he killed her. And all the videos are still up. Killed her and her mother and himself. And most of the time when they have that, they instantly pull the channels down. But for some reason, that one stayed up. And I happened to download the whole channel. Download whole channels. I was doing a little documentary. I got a bunch of halfway done documentaries in my DaVinci Resolve. Story of my life. Oh, it's okay to not love me. I blocked you. All right, Carrie. But I need to find out. Where is the Myers effect? Did they finally take it down? Yeah, maybe so. EJ, what's EJ's wife? ENJ? What's her name? E died. I think ENJ stopped doing that. I think he stopped doing the channel after his wife died. But that's what it's going to be. It's going to be a bunch of dead people and reminiscing about dead people, just like Facebook. Facebook is like a graveyard. That's what Facebook is just. I don't even want to open Facebook. I reluctantly even go to Facebook. I'm like, I don't even want to know. As soon as I click this button, somebody I went to school with is going to post a picture of their dead aunt or something. I don't know why you're taking pictures of funerals. And I don't want to see it. Yep. Is it raining? Man, I call myself fasting today. Got to get up to my. I used to do a 42-hour fast once a week. I'm getting back to it. 42 hours. With the sleeping, it kind of works out. It's not so difficult. But I got to start running. Get my exercise back in. So I won't be ashamed of looking at my Carrie want to fight. Is that 3 hours? That's crazy. I found that 4 hours is a natural point to end a live stream. That 4 hour mark. Kind of a healthy, normal mark. But I've had like 9 hour conversations before in person. You know, you get with the right people, you can really just talk for hours and hours. Come out of it feeling energized as opposed to drained. And look forward to next time. You need all night coffee shops for that though. 24-hour coffee shops. Can't do that so much in 2025. You might get robbed. me play some music real quick. Now this music list is crazy. Let's put some Christian music on real quick. Or where's it at? I like Spartacus. Let's listen to Girl Blue. I used to listen to this when I was young. A long time ago.
Hello, morning, good morning to the one I love. Crystal ringlets paint a picture of a gold sunrise above. Little girl, you said though all you have is visible to you. Within your heart there stays a voice that like the sky is blue. Shifting breezes grace the inner spectrum of your glance. Leaves on branches for your pleasure perform a soothing dance. Little girl, it seems in all my dreams your happiness is due. But still they last, they're in your past, events that make you blue. Thoughts of love are in your mind, yet splendid hopes push them aside. A look at life is what you need to try. In an instant there'll be sunshine sprinkle every place. Drops of rain will kiss the softness of your lovely face. Little girl, be fair, show yourself you care. Let others care for you before it's too late, 'cause time won't wait till your heart's no longer blue. Little girl, be smart, don't break your own heart. There's love waiting for you before it's too late, 'cause time won't wait till your heart's no longer blue.
All right, I love that song. He was really young when he made all that music too. Really young. He lived off that music for his whole life. What's the other one? Man, I like that. I like that too. Too many Stevie Wonder songs up here. Oh, what's the name of that the iconic StreamYard song, background music? Was it Daydreaming or Night? I think it was Night Driving. Yeah, that's the the StreamYard music. And a person who made this song never had the idea that this would be like the track played everywhere. And he only got $1.50 for it or something. Like that Kevin Samuels song. I love that song. I think that when the Manosphere, I think when they got listed as like terrorist or as a terrorist organization, I think something to that effect, that's when that all died. Kevin Samuels was just riffing. He was just talking out his ass for like 90% of the time, just collecting women's stats and just saying something. And when the lady didn't match his predefined list, then he would make up some other reason to be mad at her. He's just an old dude. Didn't have no patience for women. That's the one I want to show is actually, but I don't want to show Claudia. Shit. The episode with Claudia was on there with Kevin Samuels. And he talked about Claudia and her size and everything. And Kevin Samuels died from from what a person who was overweight would die from. He was so focused on the external, like of telling everyone to focus on the external, when he died from the internal. His internal was not, it wasn't taken care of, though his external, he had on a nice this and a nice that, and was, skin was exfoliated and everything was trimmed and whatnot. But look at what he died from. That's wild. I think that the internet, YouTube gives us a chance to see stuff that we would never see otherwise. We make connections that we would never make. Especially when it comes to projection and to just the way, just human nature. I've always been a study of like human behavior, but this space and these spaces give you access in a way that you never could before. It just takes a long time. You got to be in a space for a long time to be able to see something. But that Kevin Samuels thing was out of control, and it was interesting to me because I knew what he was using as his source. Like the Jordan Peterson stuff is what he was using as his inspiration. That's the difference between the old Kevin Samuels, who nobody paid attention to, and then suddenly people started listening to him, is that he had adopted a lot of Jordan Peterson's talking points and methods. He had kind of perverted them, though. He made it into his own thing. And him and ARC were both fighting for the same, recognition. Hold on a second. Still. I need to go shopping. And ARC was the guy that Kevin Samuels supposedly got his inspiration from. But ARC was focused on a white audience. On his book covers, it was all white people. His audience was white people because he saw there's a bigger market. Kevin Samuels focused on black people, and Kevin Samuels took off, and ARC hated Kevin Samuels for that reason. And so he was always going at him, mad at him and shit, because and Kevin Samuels is the only reason I know about ARC is that Kevin Samuels talked about ARC, that's where he got that from. And Kevin Samuels died, and ARC went in on him after he died. And then a few months later, ARC died. They died not too far apart. I'm not sure the exact time period, but it wasn't too far apart. It's a graveyard. YouTube is a graveyard. And those were like the two of the top influences in the whole space. Which was the whole thing was built on, the whole space was built on Patrice O'Neal, Jordan Peterson. Those were the two components that kind of merged together to create Kevin Samuels. And that's this whole line of what Patrice was saying people were taking what Patrice O'Neal was saying and making it into like a religion almost. And then Patrice died. Most of what people were listening to Patrice O'Neal after he died. They didn't even know him when he was alive. And so it's a lot of death over there. And Jordan Peterson was just becoming popular because of that interview in the UK. So you're saying that kind of like conversation I just had. So you're saying, what's her name? I forgot her name. That made him kind of pop. But he had been online forever, and his lectures were all online. I watched a bunch of his lectures already. Some of the stuff is easy. Some of the stuff is interesting. After he got famous, it got a little more formulaic and became less interesting. It was more interesting when he was a teacher teaching the class. I wonder if those videos are still up from the university, or did they manage to get him to take all that stuff down? I downloaded the whole thing, so. Yeah, he got to be too famous. 8.7 million now? Wow. Yeah, the Kathy, what's her name? Kathy something. And the funny thing about Jordan Peterson is that he was famous for his disposition, but it turned out his disposition was assisted by drugs, medication. And I think there was I think people expected to see him active politically, especially during COVID. With all that crying and stuff, now it's him versus the atheists. You need to just skip that. Let the atheists believe what they want to believe. Wow, did they take all his content away? I think he lost his tenure. See what the oldest video is. Wow. Bunch of Carl Jung. I have Carl Jung's I got his whole collected works. I have so many digital books, it's crazy. So my Black History, Black Studies section is bananas. So I'm putting all of that in I'm using small large language models, and so it's runnable on local systems. But using RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation, all of those books get broken down into vectors and stored in vector databases. And so I can take all the knowledge of all of those history books and create like a Black History, Black Studies GPT. Because a lot of that stuff is esoteric. I mean, it really is esoteric information. Like Marimba Annie's Yurugu. I want to read that book, like cover to cover. She goes as far as creating her own words. It's a criticism of European thought. I read parts of it. I've been meaning to read the whole thing for years. Yeah, I think they took all of Jordan Peterson's lectures down. I still see some, but the bulk of his classroom lectures of him at the university, they're gone. Wow. They probably claimed it as their intellectual property or something. Fortunately for me, I'll download them all. I'm a downloader. As opposed to being a screen recorder, like they keep saying. You don't need to be at a place to get the show. That's crazy talk. And a calorie is not a calorie. Carrie over there competing with me. I see you, Carrie. You got 6 people. I got 9. It's the same people. Let me drop the link for Carrie's show. She's over there. Let's get the rest of that. A calorie. That's what I need to show. I need to show that Sugar documentary. Sugar, the Bitter Truth. If you get a chance to watch that changes your perspective. You gotta have a little patience to go through how, sugar is metabolized and everything, but it's worth it. What's his name? Sugar, the Bitter Truth. University of California. Yeah, Robert Lustig. 25 million views. So I wonder what the limit is of this. This music getting on my nerves now. That's enough for me. Let's see. All these shorts are from that's from the Trey Conley case. Threw his life away, in jail forever for murder, ego tripping. This online stuff is taking people out. Young people especially. Imagine having like your school. Like, we used to, you get away from the school thing. If you got to stand in front of the class, it's painful when you was in school. But imagine having to stand in front of the class 24 hours a day through social media. You can never get away from it. People can be laughing and pointing and harassing you the whole time. Oh, that's the Serena Williams thing. I don't even want to talk about it. So much dark content. I found ChatGPT's imagery to be dark too. Asking for anything black is like dark. But then I look at in our own sector, like you look at the stuff that people are creating. It's like, well, what it's giving me is what's being, created. For that picture from Scarlett. Scarlett used to use that. I need to add that as my avatar. That's crazy. I remember when three-way phone calls became a thing. It was nothing but turmoil afterward. Cousins and sisters on the phone talking shit. It's like, what's the next technology they're going to create, and then it's going to get applied to the conflict? That's the district attorney. That's kind of sad. When I get this audio all cleaned up, I'm going to play some of this Takia Beverly stuff. Make a highlight. She probably won't mind now. She moved to Georgia. They doxing her now. Actually, they came onto the group that was for the child. Recently posted something and dropped where she was in it. I guess they might be stalking her now. I wonder if they survived it. I didn't think that the marriage would survive that. She almost went to prison for life. And the good civil rights attorney, they hired that lawyer for her husband. Her husband's family hired her. They had money. They hired a death penalty civil rights lawyer for her. The lawyer she had was like a civil attorney. They didn't have any experience with that level of case. But he had all of this great protection for his case. And his case was never called. He was never prosecuted. They just had him subpoenaed and queued up as a case, so he couldn't be in the courtroom and testify, or couldn't be in the courtroom to support her on her side. They wanted the jury to think that the husband abandoned her. Because all this stuff is secret from the jury. You can really manipulate the court system. I mean, that whole jury selection and this process about subpoenaing the witnesses, and if you subpoena them, they should have to be used. It can't be like you're going to subpoena them to keep them from being in the courtroom. Because witnesses can't watch the proceedings. That should be illegal. Say that for Joe Trey. Yeah, I think I'm at my 4-hour point. I'm gonna do my exit song. Got so many of these eyes videos. I did this video about eyes. when she was under the hypnotism of Drew Farrell. We were trying to get her back, and so we was kind of trolling her to come back. And I made a couple videos and didn't release them, using the theme of her as Diana Ross and Billy D. Williams as the Sector, because they were in several movies. So I put the Lady Sings the Blues and Mahogany together in different ways, and then added Sparkle in there. I don't know how Sparkle got in there. I should do a show about my my sequel to Sparkle, prequel, I should say, to Sparkle. Like, where'd she get them biracial kids from? All right, so we'll pick another Stevie Wonder song to go out to. See if I can find a self-righteous one. Yeah, I'll do this one. We're gonna go with I Wish. Oh, that's the wrong song. That's not Stevie Wonder. That is absolutely the wrong song. You playing R. Kelly now? I'm gonna get flagged right away, like, you can't play R. Kelly. Hiding in the Stevie Wonder section. We would be to get about this hood was like a fantasy. Now you hear my songs, the radio is playing. Oh, I can't believe my ears and what everybody's saying. Boy, I tell you, folks don't know the half. I would give it all up just to take one ride with you. How I used to kick it on the front porch with you. How I used to lay back and smoke weed with you. And all the little basement party joints we do. Now I'm just missing you. How I wish that I could. All right, R. Kelly, you gotta go, sir. I need to hear some Al Green. We got one Al Green song. No, I'm gonna go out with YM song. Peace. Some positivity. All right, Coconut, thanks for hanging out. Oh, speak easy. Somebody was talking about you. Yeah, I was talking about you, Speak Easy. I was talking about the about that LeBron hate. LeBron playing till he's 49. Where's the volume at? Oh, I was just trying to turn the volume down. Dang. Is there no way to turn it down? It's got to be off or on. It's a conspiracy. You watching the final speak? I didn't watch the second game because I knew it was going to be a blowout. I watched the first game. Oh, there's the sound right there. The second game was had to be a blowout. Third game, though, was going to be interesting. I'm going for Indiana. I want the team basketball team to win. And the superstar basketball team to lose. Team basketball over superstar basketball. That first game, they had OKC had 13 assists total for the whole game. The MVP had 38 points. It took 30 shots to get it. Yeah, the guy. I mean, he had his percentages was okay, but that hero ball don't work. That's exactly the same thing that OKC did last time they was in the final. Different players. The paternity. Listen, where'd she get them biracial kids from? Let me tell you what my theory is. What I wrote in my little treatise of the story is that, you know why the mobster wasn't so hard on Sticks? You know why he didn't kill him? You know why? Because Sticks is biracial too, right? So I think that that's Sticks' father. But he also might be the oldest daughter's father. It could be either way. You could write the story either way. We going between sparkle and basketball. Yeah, I don't like that isolation basketball either. I like the team basketball. And OKC got a better team. The players are thoroughbreds, all of them. But I like the fact that Indiana runs football plays from the inbounds. They line up way back, like a football game. And I like the underdog winning. I also did a sequel to A Raisin in the Sun. What says what happened after they moved to Clybourne Park. It was interesting. These old sequels and prequels. I didn't even watch the remake of Sparkle. I couldn't handle it. It's had famous people in it. I was like, I'm not watching it. I didn't even see it. I didn't see so many movies that it's unbelievable. Oh, no. You can be in the Sparkle conversation or the basketball conversation. You can't do the Sparkle conversation and the basketball conversation. That's against the rules. I don't like superstars. I don't like the big earrings. I don't like because I think any player can be that. It's just a matter of the team building around them and letting them do whatever they want. I don't think it's special. Team basketball is fun to watch. It's entertaining. It's exciting. Just watching one person shoot all the shots. That's just, I don't know. That's why I hate TNT and Shaquille O'Neal and them. I hate them. They always say the same thing. They only respect the heroes. They don't even talk about the other players that had good games or had impact on the game. Just about the hero and the others. Like, really? Any of those guys on Indiana can be a hero. You can build a team around any of those players. But that's how you make money in the NBA. It's based on that's what makes them different from other leagues. Is that it's a hero-based league. That's the marketing. And it used to be fine because it didn't really impact the way they played on the court. But now they play on the court just like the marketing. So they really want to get this guy the ball every time. They really want one person to take all the shots and to take all the last shots. And like, come on. Indiana's doing it by committee. But the best finals like that are usually boring. Like when San Antonio played Detroit back in the day, that was a defensive clinic. The most boring finals ever. It was the best basketball. No real clear superstars in that at all. Just like a bunch of good players. I haven't watched NCAA in years. Wow. I used to watch that religiously. I've been watching WNBA now. WNBA is finally exciting. Finally, it's good. They got some problems, but you know, once you give into the idea that it's girls basketball, it's not supposed to be the same as NBA. It's girls basketball. So it's got a girl culture thing going. They want the girls to be coaches. They want the girls to be the referees. They want women in every spot. And so, and they don't pay the players, but they pay everybody else. So the coach is making over $1 million. Caitlin Clark making $77,000. That's crazy. Angel Reese making $77,000. Coaches are all getting paid. So everyone around them, even the people in the office, back office in WNBA, they make more than the players. That's crazy. But again, it's only a 40-game season, especially a summer league. And it just moved to 40 games. It was 34 games, right? It's a 40-game season, and the games are only, 40 minutes? No. How many minutes? Yeah, I think the games are 40 minutes also. So 40 minutes and 40 games, it's a really short season. That's why when a player gets injured in the WNBA, they're gone for the whole season. It's not enough time to recover. It takes NBA teams, it takes them 40 games to start to figure out who they are, to get their identity straight. They don't really get going till after All-Star break. So by the time the WNBA teams get really clicking, season's over because they don't have enough teams. And they got other obligations in other leagues. The players get paid overseas. But if you prorate it, you look at how many games they play versus the NBA, they play, like a third of the games. If you do it by time, they really have a small, that's a lot of money to make for 40 games, actually. You make $250,000 for 40-minute games. No, not anymore. The WNBA about being a losing thing, that's before the last year. That's not anymore. And they got their biggest TV contract last year as a result of Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark coming in with their own audience. They brought all the social media people. They're profitable. They're selling out. The ticket prices are high. Their finals was watched more than the NBA finals last year. It's exciting again now. It's like it was when it first started, when the college players, when college basketball was really big when it first started. And they're back to that now because these new players forced them to let them play. Usually the WNBA, the new talent that came in, they just put them on the bench. Didn't matter how good they were. They had their own stars that they decided this person is a star, and it was LGBT priority. So they were putting up their gay stars for everything. And the other players were just put on the bench. But they couldn't do that with Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese because they came in with huge audiences from social media. They had to let them play. Yeah, they get good salaries overseas, the ones that go. As long as you don't end up in jail like the other. What's her name? Brittany Griner. I can't stand that player. It's big and slow. I was trying to figure out what makes it so unexciting like before. Caitlin Clark makes it exciting because Caitlin Clark plays like a man. Because for her formative years in basketball, she played on a boys' team. So she plays a different style of basketball. WNBA was really physical and really based on big bodies, You'd think that the game would be more finesse on the girl side, but no. It's just like the sector. It's not more finesse on the girl side. It's more fighting and it's more rough on the girl side. They're way more physical than the men's side. And this year, they did a good job in the NBA of letting them play, In the playoffs, they letting them play. The regular season, no. but in the playoffs they let them play a little bit. It's just you don't know when they're gonna let you play and when they're gonna not let you play in the NBA. You know. But it's definitely exciting now. Players are better. I just want the coaches. I'm advocating for the coaches who can't get a job in the NBA. Please go to the WNBA and bring some real coaching over there. I think they have Bill Laimbeer over there, but I want to see like Mark Jackson, all the coaches that just got fired, Mike James, all of them go over to the WNBA. Make the WNBA great. Make it exciting. I just think they're not very creative. The coaching is just not very good. And they put out some of their best players. I mean, what's that girl's name? The girl that pushed Caitlin Clark down, played for Chicago Sky. She's like one of the best players in the WNBA. And she's not in the league this year because no team wanted her. Crazy. She's like 5'8", but she can get the rim. I think she could almost dunk. We had a girl like that in high school, 5'8", that can dunk. But see, the girls that really had a talent, they're not going to go play for $77,000 in the WNBA. Like what? So college girls basketball is exciting, but then you get to the NBA, and it's like these big, giant, clunky people. You know, like Brittany Griner is so slow and uneventful. You know. It's not even interesting to watch. And the younger girls that's in there, young ladies that's dunking now, it's a couple of them that are dunking easy in college. But will they come to the WNBA? We don't know. I'm kind of biased though. I don't like the like Candace Parker and all them talking about the NBA on. I'm like, you should go talk about the WNBA. This is you're not a champion. It doesn't count. You play in a summer league. But ESPN is getting that influx of Shaq and Barkley. It's gonna be a clash over there, boy. Because ESPN has usually been like kind of washed up players, the players that were not very, none of the players over there were the main guys. And now you bring it over Shaq and Barkley, and Barkley's not gonna argue with nobody over his opinion. With them, he'll argue with Shaq because he's Shaq. But it's gonna be some fireworks if they ever end up on the same panel. I'm just tired of Shaq. I don't want to hear what he got to say. Like, retire. You just happen to be the biggest, strongest, fastest person born. It wasn't like you work your way up from, he's not really a skilled player, even though he was skilled. He was going to be in the league either way. Versus the smaller players that are really, working on their craft. So Shaq don't understand what coaching is and say coaching don't matter, but how come it's only the same coaches that win? That's why when you talk about like Kobe's rings, I say those are Phil Jackson's rings. Same thing with Jordan. Those are Phil Jackson's rings. He proved that he can get the same rings with different people the next place he went. If he would have stayed coaching, he could have did more. Nobody can win in New York, so it don't matter who you are. They have an ownership problem in New York. And the Garden is, in New York, that place is profitable no matter what. So they make money whether they win or lose, and so there's no incentive to really win. Firing the coach that just got them that far was crazy, even though, I don't like Thibodeau as a coach. He won his championship with Boston as the defensive coordinator for Doc Rivers. And neither one of them has won anything since then. They need to get back together. I'm just happy the young teams are in the finals and not these old teams. I'm so tired of old superstars. I didn't want to see Curry shooting that same man shot again. We get it. You can shoot from far away. Now, everybody can shoot from far away now. You know, the time has passed. I don't want to see Harden, Durant. I don't want to see none of them old people. The young players are exciting, and we don't know who they are. So we learn something about them each season. And they learn about themselves. They're becoming the players, you know, becoming the stars. Way more exciting. And the coaching is really, I mean, there's so many unknown coaches now that are doing really well, you know, with the zone. Like, who was the coach in OKC? What's his name? I don't even know his name. I know Rick Carlisle from, from Dallas days. Point guards hate him, but he finally found the perfect point guard in Halliburton. I couldn't believe that trade when they did that. Like, why would you trade Halliburton? Halliburton was the best player on Sacramento. That had to be like the league. The league decided that. But that trade didn't make no sense at all. Just like the Luka trade didn't make any sense. And I don't like Luka Doncic at all. I like that when he's with LeBron, he gets into his offense quicker. But I just don't like that slow pace, slowing everything down. I want him to get into his moves right away. Play some defense. It's a sports show. I'm the guy of the dots. The guy of the O's. All right, YM. I'll let your song play. Boom, 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 boom. I'm at 4 hours and 17 minutes. That's pretty good. Let's leave off with some blues here. Y'all know about that. That's too mature right there. What's that, Enrico? If you're gonna walk on my love, the least you can do is take off your shoes. That's old man music. My mother used to say, oh, get your love off the floor. Let's turn it up.
I recognize the dress I bought you to match your pretty red shoes. You said if I didn't touch your woman, you know it couldn't have been you. If you're gonna walk on my love, woman,
I do from time to time.
the least you can do is
But
take off your
June is going live month for the boring channels. So all of us boring channels are putting up content and doing shows just to balance it out with the crazies.
head, baby. After I've been so good to you. Your love is so good, baby. It's hard to complain. I've been standing out here knocking for 15 minutes in the cold and pouring rain. I can
I
hear
should
the
try
music
that.
playing inside, so you know I know you're at home. Now, who's in there with you, baby? I believe you're doing me wrong. If you're gonna walk on my love, woman.
Cool. Try to be a little more regular. But I gotta warn you, my show is boring. And it's supposed to be. Let me show you what my tagline says.
Why you hurt me so bad, baby?
Unapologetically boring.
After I've been so good to you. Now haven't I been good to you? Now, Lord. Ooh, wee baby. If you're gonna walk on my love, woman, the least you can do is take off your shoes. If you're gonna walk on my love, woman, the least you can do is take off your shoes.
If you like boring, you come to the right place.
You know, after I've been so good to you, oh no, yeah.
All right, thanks everybody for coming out. We're gonna call it a night, day, wherever you are. Peace out.